Hello. There I am. Okay. All right. It is now 5:30 on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. So I'll go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Deschutes County Planning Commission. Our first item on the agenda tonight is the approval of minutes from May 11th. Is there a motion regarding the minutes?
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from May 11th, 2023. Is there any discussion on the motion before we vote? Okay, and also before we vote, do we have any members of the commission present on Zoom? No members present on Zoom at this time? Okay. Can you raise your hand if somebody does arrive just a little later? All right, so we'll go ahead and vote then. Commissioner Cyrus, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Hovkamp?
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford?
Aye.
And I'll also vote yes, so it's unanimous that we approve the minutes from May 11th, 2023. Now we'll go on to our next item on the agenda, which is public comment about items not on the agenda. So on the agenda tonight, we're having a public hearing on the conventional housing combining zone. We will obviously be taking public comment during that time because it's a public hearing. The work session on our transportation system plan, we will not actually be having public comment during that time because we will be having a public hearing on that as well. Not tonight, but eventually. And then we would like, if you have comments on the transportation system plan, we want you to save them for the public hearing so they can be part of the public record. But for the third item, we will be interested in any thoughts people have on the 2040 plan. So if people are sticking around, we would be really interested to hear what you think when we get to that item. All right, so that's our agenda. Now, does anyone have anything they'd like to say or bring up about things not on the agenda? Yes, Commissioner DeBonne.
Just a special thank you to a couple members leaving us here at the end of this fiscal year. So Dale Crawford, Maggie Kirby, who's not here, but thank you very much for your efforts and the commitment. It's a long-term commitment. You get to see the big picture over time too, right? That's what the value is here. The land use in Deschutes County, development pressure and all the choices coming down. So thank you very much, Ms. Crawford, for what you've done for Deschutes County.
Thank you.
And have a good evening.
Good to see you. Thanks. Are there any other comments about things not on the agenda tonight? Anyone have any concerns or things they want to bring to our attention? And are there any hands raised on Zoom? Okay. Well, in that case, we'll go on to our next item, which will be our public hearing on the conventional housing combining zone repeal. I'm going to turn it over to Rachel Vickers, our associate planner. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a time and place set for hearing, or sorry, for the record, Rachel Vickers, Associate Planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. This is a time and place set for hearing on file number 247-23-000-391-TA concerning text amendments to DCC 18.92 to repeal the conventional housing combining zone. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed. The Planning Commission will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, and consider the testimony submitted at the hearing. The hearing is also being recorded. The Commission may make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date and time certain, or leave the written record open for a specified period of time. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. First, staff will give a report on the issue. We will then open the hearing to those who wish to provide testimony. Please be sure to state your first and last name and address for the record. You can also provide the commission with a copy of your written testimony. This is a hybrid public hearing with both in-person and remote participation. For in-person participants, if you wish to testify, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet and submit it to staff. Chair Curis will call up in-person participants for their testimony. After your name is called, please come up to one of the tables at the front of the room before beginning your testimony. Before starting your testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as mailing address. For our remote participants, if you want to testify, you must be logged on to Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. When Chair Curis asks if anyone would like to testify, you'll need to use the raise hand feature to notify the commission. To do this, you'll need to press the raise hand button on your computer or smart device or use the *9 or dial *9. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has written testimony to submit, please hand it to me after your testimony. If you are participating remotely, you can submit your written testimony via email to my address on the screen. The chair and staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please direct your question to the chair after being recognized. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflict of interest. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue. At this time, do any members of the commission need to set forth any information that may be perceived as a conflict of interest?
Does anyone have anything they need to disclose? Okay, and we still don't have anyone on Zoom, correct? Okay. All right, as no challenges, oh, sorry, skipped a part. Your turn.
Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on conflicts of interest?
Okay, as no challenges are presented, the hearing is now open. The staff will proceed with a brief report.
This amendment would repeal Chapter 18.92 of the Deschutes County Code, as well as a related zoning map amendment to remove the combining zone. The conventional housing zone serves as an overlay zone in 3 areas of the county, 1 to the southeast of Bend and 2 near Tumalo. The zone restricts the placement of manufactured or prefabricated homes. Based on staff research, it appears these combining zones were created by neighborhood petition. However, staff was unable to definitively confirm why these petitions were started. However, staff can best infer that it was due to aesthetic reasons. The conventional housing zone affects approximately 505 properties, 360 of which are resource zoned, 100 are residential zoned, and 45 are split zoned, meaning they have 1 or more base zones. The purpose for the staff-initiated text amendment is twofold. First, the removal of the zone was identified as a recommendation of the 2020 housing profile as a way to bring more affordable housing into the county. And secondly, with recent updates to state legislature, specifically the passing of House Bill 4064, which prohibits jurisdictions from disallowing the siting of prefabricated housing in residential zones. Notice of public hearing was mailed on June 1st to all property owners within the conventional housing combining zone, as well as those property owners within 250 feet of the zone. The notice of public hearing was also published in the Bend Bulletin on June 4th. Staff received 1 public comment this morning in opposition to the proposed amendments. The comment raised concerns surrounding the availability of time for community members to respond, lack of information on why the zone was started, and how this amendment will have no effect on affordable housing. The Planning Commission conducted a work session on June 8th. At that time, the commission wanted clarification that this amendment would bring us into alignment with state statute. Staff confirmed with legal counsel that this text amendment would bring us in alignment with state statute. The commission also inquired about the possibility of a Measure 49 claim in response to this text amendment. Staff believes that since this amendment is removing a restriction and not adding, there is no potential for a Measure 49 claim. During the work session, the commission also inquired about the breakdown of base zones for the property within this zone. The table on the screen provides the number of properties within each base zone. Again, staff wants to point out that House Bill 4064 specifically relates to residentially zoned properties, which account for approximately a quarter of the properties within this conventional housing zone. However, staff is proposing to repeal the entire zone based on recommendations of the 2020 housing profile. At the conclusion of this hearing, the commission has 4 steps moving forward. Continue the hearing to a date and time certain. Continue the hearing and leave the written record, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain. Close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. That concludes staff report. Staff's report. At this time, staff is available for questions.
Commissioner Williams.
So 2 or 3 screens before you were showing resource zones, residential zones. So I do want to confirm that the House Bill 4064 is directed at residentially zoned only, not resource zones.
Correct.
Okay.
Are there some other questions? Yeah, Vice Chair Hokamp.
Can I ask, Rachel, you or one of your colleagues, if you happen to know the spatial relationship between the areas covered by the zone that we're talking about tonight and the proposed mule deer winter range combining zone, if they overlap or intersect? It seems to me they might or do.
I don't have that information readily available. Nicole might.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Mardell, Senior Planner with Deschutes County Community Development. At a high level, I would say that there is some overlap between the CHC zone and the mule deer inventory that you've been working on. But I don't think we've done a, parcel by parcel comparison. So I think generally they do kind of correlate, but we're not exactly sure if every property in the CHC is also within that new mule deer combining zone.
Is it possible to pull up that map figure again, or is that too much of a hassle?
Can we get the PowerPoint back up, please?
Thank you. Sorry to ask that. I suppose I've got that here too somewhere. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Commissioner Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Community Development Director. I would be making an educated guess that the 2 of the 3 areas are in the wildlife area. The area east of Bend is, to my knowledge, is not identified in that in either in the existing or the proposed wildlife area combining zone.
I think that's accurate, Peter, is my recollection. Those 2 bigger pieces that are on either side of Highway 20. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
All right. Are there other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and move on then to public testimony. By the way, if there are questions for Rachel or for other members of staff, please do share those as part of your testimony, and then we'll have them give them an opportunity to respond to the questions after everyone's had a chance to provide their testimony. So who would like to go first? Anyone? No one? Okay, well, are there members of the public present on Zoom who are raising their hands? Okay. Does this mean we don't have anyone who wants to provide any testimony on this topic? Okay. Commissioner Cyrus?
I would move that we close the hearing and begin deliberations.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we close the hearing and commence deliberations. Commissioner Cyrus, would you like to say?
Certainly. I think as evidenced by the lack of participation and or comments, I think there's not a lot of public interest in this. And from what I've seen, it appears to be primarily a housekeeping issue that brings us in alignment with legislative action. And I think we just as well move on and dispense with it.
Okay, is there any other debate regarding this motion?
Will you provide opportunity to provide feedback or comment after the motion is made and seconded?
So the motion's been
Oh,
made and
I'm sorry.
seconded,
This
yeah.
was for the.
So we're just deciding if we're going to close the hearing or not. Yeah, but if I think I get where you're asking, yes, we will. If the motion were to pass, we would then start deliberating.
And we deliberate.
Thank you.
Correct,
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah. Okay, so there's no other debate on the motion. We're ready to vote. Okay, Commissioner Cyrus, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hopecamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford.
Aye.
Okay, I will also vote yes, so it is unanimous. We have just voted to close the hearing and commence deliberations.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Cyrus.
I move to recommend adoption of the proposal.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so now it's been moved and seconded to recommend adoption of the proposal.
Yeah, like I say, granted, only portion of the properties fall under the legislative mandate, but I think it makes sense to remove all the restrictions on all the different properties or remove the zone. And like I say, we certainly haven't had a lot of opposition from the public. And I think it just makes sense to help clean up the books.
Okay, other debate on the motion,
I would say something.
Commissioner Williams.
I would agree with Commissioner Cyrus in the respect that these properties are already allowing a stick-built home, so we're not unduly putting stress on these properties. It's something is already being allowed. We're just allowing for more affordability on the properties.
Okay, other debate,
Yeah, just if I.
Vice Chair Hopecamp.
I've been thinking a lot about this and in preparing for this and going through it, as I know my colleagues up here have. Understand that the state legislation requires, as both my colleagues have just pointed out, this kind of flexibility for housing options on only residential zones, not on the resource zones. And just looking at the breakdown, a significant number of the properties are in resource zones. And I worry about the diminishment of the protection of these vital resource zones. A little bit concerned about the overlap of this conventional housing combining zone with the proposed mule deer wildlife combining zone, such that, in other words, if we remove this combining zone, arguably it might encourage development or housing in an area that we're proposing for protection for mule deer. And then finally, I guess a third reservation I have about supporting this motion is I always find it a little bit respectfully to my colleagues and their comments up here, but a little bit questionable about encouraging affordable housing in these kinds of outlying areas. Just thinking about affordability in the broader sense, not just the house, but distance from work and services and infrastructure. So I'm probably not going to support the motion, but respect my colleague's decision.
Okay, anyone else like to make a comment?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Crawford?
Maybe we have a state mandate here that we probably need to address. Keep our county in line. And I don't think that putting manufactured homes, which I think are becoming quite convenient and maybe more affordable than a stick built. These properties are already assigned the ability to put a house on them. We're just taking away that it cannot be a manufactured prefabbed home. So I don't think we're changing anything in respect to mule deer or degradation of countryside or whatever. So I think that we just need to vote yes on this and move it forward. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Williams, and then we'll go to Commissioner Cyrus.
May I ask Rachel a question?
Of course, yes.
So,
Well, it can be a clarification
Yeah,
question. We can't have new
yeah,
information.
just a clarification that by removing the CHC zoning, we're not allowing houses to be placed on properties that otherwise would not have been allowed.
Correct. We're not changing the restrictions or regulations with housing. So you'll notice a lot of these are within our resource zones. So the process to get approval for dwellings on that zone is not changing. It's just the type of dwelling. So stick built versus prefabricated manufactured.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, I would agree 100% with Commissioner Crawford. I think this overlay is inappropriate, should never have been in place in the first place, is discriminatory at best and elitist. And like I say, I find no reason why it was ever on the books.
Okay, well, since I also plan to vote in favor of the motion, I'll just say a few words why. I think people deserve to have the choice of what type of home they want to live in. If they want to live in a stick-built home or manufactured home or prefab home. And so I will just echo what Commissioner Cyrus said. I dislike the elitist vibe of rule preventing a person from living in a manufactured home if they find that that's what's best for them. So I also plan to vote in favor of the motion. Other comments?
Question.
Commissioner Crawford? Oh, sorry.
I'll call for the question also.
Okay. All right. Well, is there any further debate on the motion? Okay. In that case, Commissioner Crawford, or sorry, Commissioner Cyrus, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hopecamp?
No.
Commissioner Crawford?
Aye.
And I will also vote yes. So that is 4 in favor and 1 in opposition. So the motion has passed to recommend adoption of the proposal. All right. So let's now move to our next item. This will be the work session on the draft 2020 to 2040 Deschutes County Transportation System Plan. So for this item, I'll be turning it over to Peter Russell, our Senior Transportation Planner, and
Matt Gittleson with Gittleson and Associates.
I thought you looked familiar, but maybe I don't know if I've met you before. So, okay.
Chair Karis, Peter Russell's Senior Transportation for Deschutes County for another 8 days. I also have with me Tarek Rawlings, who will be my replacement. And we also have members from the road department in the back who aren't here to testify, but just lending moral support. We have Chris Doty, our road department director, and the irreplaceable Cody Smith, who's our county engineer. So what we'd like to do today is give you a work session of what we have in the TSP, kind of the process. So I'll talk a bit about how we did the process. Matt will talk about the meat of the issue. Then we get to the end about what are next steps. Then I'll talk again, and then we'll all be available for questions. So with that, I'll begin. It's hard to see from here. So what is the transportation system plan? I know that we have some new planning commissioners, and unfortunately one departing. Again, thank you for all the work you've done, Dale. I've been here only slightly longer than you. So essentially the state requires cities and counties to have a 20-year plan to how to manage their facilities and what improvements may be needed. And it's on all different modes. And so this is our third TSP. We had one in 1998. We did another one in 2010 to 2030. And so as TSPs age and traffic volumes change and population changes and planning concepts change, you have to update. So we're updating to 2020 to 2040. It also provides the prioritization of what road projects we're going to fund and what our strategies are. This is done in consult with the road department. They provided the funding for this, for which we're very grateful. And you've got a long-standing vision of your transportation system and how people are going to get around in the county. And then you also have goals and policies that help implement the plans. Additionally, the transportation project list, which prioritizes projects, the board references when doing the capital improvement program, what we're going to build and when. So, next slide. Is that the same slide? Okay, so,
What is the TSP versus why?
there, it's all right. Well, it's so far from here, you're trying to read it. So again, so why updating? I've only mashed my two slides together is that you're reflecting again, what's important to the county over time, what we want to do, what we've heard from the public, what we work with. Again, cities also have TSP, so we want to make sure that their transportation system plans are in sync with our transportation system plan, vice versa. Also, we all want to be in sync with the Oregon Department of Transportation. Cascade East Transit has their plans. So again, all of us sort of work together. Same thing with Bend Park and Rec. They have plans. That transportation system plans are not just road. We have bike and trail. So we're all trying to match things. And then it's your critical role of how you're, good Lord, that thing is hard to see. For how things will deal if we have the Cascadia event, which is, the earthquake off the coast or a tsunami. And obviously the transportation system in Central Oregon is going to become critically important to get supplies and whatnot back and forth, particularly with airports and Highway 97. So, next. Oh, one thing I was going to say, the roadway moratorium, I caught that right as it changed. So Deschutes County, when we lost money from the federal timberlands, the board enacted a road moratorium. It's been since revisited and updated, essentially because we don't have enough money coming in from when the federal timber sales went. The county says we're not taking any more new roads into the county maintained system. So they have the discretion at arterials and collectors, but basically we haven't brought anything in because again, you've got to operate and maintain those. So we have looked at that. Also, as part of the TSP, you have a funding study. One of the things that Matt's firm is looking at is also, do we still need to keep the road moratorium based on our funding, what might happen? And I'll let Matt speak to that later. But so you have county versus city TSPs, the yellow lines, which you can almost see, are the 4 cities that we have in Deschutes County and how they match up with the county transportation system plan. So who helped shape our transportation system plan? We had a technical working group. So we had staff that are my peers from both cities and the state agencies meeting. We had a consulting team such as Matt, who has all the technical expertise for looking at traffic volumes and safety. We had a public open houses, which were mainly online, being in the the COVID era. We also had multi-partners coordinating meetings. So that's meeting again with City of Bend, City of Redmond, ODOT, Lapine. And then we have had a broad engagement with other partner agencies, as well as, DLCD. We've talked some with them as well to make sure we're all on the same page. One of the things that we've really stressed this time around is outreach to county's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. They gave us a rather large document about what they'd like to see in terms of bike ped improvements within the county. Again, we're talking the rural county and not the urban areas. And one of the things we have in our cost fundings and the project list is, and there's a technical memorandum that Matt's firm prepared, is how much when we widen a shoulder is that done for bicycles. So when you see a road widening project, you might think it's bike specific, but you can actually count it towards improving and getting to better bike ped connectivity because you're building wider shoulders. So. Public input received, like I said, we had these virtual open houses. We've seen various support. Probably the hot button issues. We've heard Sunrise Boulevard. We've had a lot of support for paving Sunrise Boulevard. Deschutes River South interchange. Our road department has worked on a potential interchange there. Not exactly by the High Desert Museum, but down in that general area because you've got Deschutes River Woods, which is a very large community that if there's a fire, we were concerned about them getting out of there. Again, we'd have to work with the Oregon Department of Transportation because it's on their facilities. One of the other hot button issues we heard about was the Sisters to Black Butte Ranch multi-use path. For those of you who have been here a while, you remember that was quite the topic amongst the the toll gate and crossroads communities about that bike path and the city of Sisters as well. We had a TGM grant that we were funded along with this transportation system plan from the state, where we looked at rural trails in Sisters country. And that was one of the ones that came up, the Sisters to Blackview Ranch path. We've gotten a lot of feedback, both pro and con, during a public outreach on that one. Same thing with the Southwest Bend Bike Ped Footbridge. Again, I talked about we want to be consistent with other agencies' plans. So currently, Bend Park and Rec, while there was a bond measure passed that included that, it's the very last project currently on their master plan. That's not there. So we were hesitant to put in our TSP because it would be inconsistent with what Bend Park and Rec has for their facilities plans. And now you with your younger eyes can now read.
Thanks, Matt Gittleson with Gittleson Associates. Thanks for the chance to be here tonight. I'll walk through a little bit of what's in the TSP. So hitting at a high level, just the structure of the document, various chapters discussing the work that's been completed. So introduction, it's a lot of the things that Peter talked about, why we have the TSP, lots of goals and policies that are included that are useful moving forward for the road department, planning elements of the county to look at of what we're trying to accomplish with the transportation system. So those have largely been moved forward with some highlights and updates with various coordinations with agency partners, reflecting things like wildlife crossings. There's policies in there that didn't exist before, but by and large, very similar policies to what's in the current TSP. Chapter 3 is the background on the needs assessment, how we got to the updated projects that we're looking at in this TSP. Chapter 4 is really more regulatory document. So what are the county standards for various things? How do we relate to various plans, the things that Peter was talking about with agency partner plans? And then 5 and 6 are where we talk about the projects and then how we plan to fund those projects. And I'll focus mostly on those latter two, walking through what's actually in the TSP. So the projects themselves, we have broken them down into various categories. And then with the priorities of high, medium, low, those categories are useful to helping, as Peter was mentioning, developing CIPs as we move forward with what are the high priority projects, the things that we do first, medium, and then low. The TSP, though, it's important to note, is really a moment in time look at priorities. So certainly the county has the opportunity to revise the priorities as you move forward. Sometimes things that are low priorities become high priorities because of development, because of funding that becomes available. So these are a good starting point to try to allocate dollars to what is available with each grouping. But they can certainly change as we move forward. So you can see there's that number is even too small for me and this far away, but I think it's about 189 million, if I recall, in terms of the overall cost from an infrastructure perspective. And that's the county share of a lot of things. So some of them are county specific projects. And as we'll talk about, some of them are partner projects with ODOT or other agencies where the county's share may be a smaller percentage of a larger project. I think I covered most of this with what I just discussed. The other things are the county recently developed a transportation safety action plan in the last 2 years. Those projects are included in here as well. So those are safety projects that are focused on addressing where crashes have occurred or where we think they might occur. And really it's this document is, again, I'll just highlight, it's intended to be a flexible document that can be used strategically as we move forward. So revised, updated, there's the 3 major updates that Peter has talked about, certainly can be revised in real time as different projects become available or we learn more about a particular road or particular intersection. Periodic updates are also possible with a TSP as well. So diving into the project types, the chapter is organized, chapter 5, where we talk about the projects themselves, into the categories that were displayed before. I'll go through them one by one here. So first is county intersection projects. You can see the map. The projects are really spread up and down the 97 corridor, east and west, with all of the various lands that the county serves. I noted a couple on here that are the high priority projects. But broadly, these projects cover turn lanes, intersection realignments, roundabout intersection improvement projects. Some of the high priority projects are ones that are actually ongoing right now. So Butler Market, Pell Butte Highway, the Lower Bridge Way project is one that's just kicking off with the county. And then others that have been around for a while that are ones that will be a focus soon with South Century Spring River, South Century Huntington, Fifth and O'Neill Highway, Burgess and Day, Coney and Northwest Way. So those are just the ones that are listed as high priority, but everything that has a dot on there is ones that are projects that the county, and then others.
I thought you were so good. I wanted to hear it again.
Oh, actually, I had an echo, but not like I can echo before. And then, of course, there's an accompanying table that gives some of the cost estimating information that was also updated as part of this, looking at real-time costs of what we're dealing with today. And certainly costs have changed quite a bit since the last TSP update was completed. Roadway projects, similar, these are county roadway projects. We also, in a second here, we'll talk about projects on the state system. So these cover new roads, reconstructions, widen overlay. We'll talk a little bit later about the bicycle component that Peter was discussing. But the high priority projects on the roadways is Hunnell Road, which is ongoing right now, and then Smith Rock Way up in the Terrebonne area. But you can see a number of roadway projects that just cover a wide variety of needs and uses within the county. Many near the urban area. That's certainly a theme. That's where a lot of the comments we received were focused on, is obviously the county's interface with the rural interface with the urban areas is where a lot of projects are focused, because that's where a lot of the growth is anticipated and where we're seeing it. There also, from the roadway perspective, there are a number of projects, not really projects, but changes to the functional classification system. So something that's included in Chapter 4 is the functional classification system of the roadway. What's an arterial, what's a collector, what's a local road? And the TSP update is a good time to review that list and make sure that the roads are classified appropriately for how they're being used. So anything that is on there in yellow is where a road is being upgraded from a lower order to a higher order. That would be an indication that a road is getting more use than its current classification would indicate. And then anything that's in the purple color is the opposite, where a higher order road is being downgraded because it's a good example is down in the Lapine area where Riverside or Riverside, my uncle lives off of it, I should remember the name of the road, is what previously served a higher order, but now with the Huntington Road improvements, it serves a much less use because of the change there. So that's one example of those. But there's a table in that chapter that talks about the changes and why. So again, it's an alignment of how the road's being used to make sure that when an improvement comes in later, that road would be improved for the appropriate use. So functional classification doesn't necessarily necessitate a change, but I think it tells us how we're doing.
Vice Chair Hopkins.
Just a very quick question for you. Sorry to interrupt your flow, but are those distinctions between local roads, collectors and arterials consistent with the definitions and distinctions within the urban growth boundaries, or are they congruent with them, or are they entirely different?
So how the county standards relate to what's in the cities. So we would specifically not include a functional classification within the cities themselves. And Peter can speak to the urban areas. I think the county has agreements.
Right, we have agreements. And so basically we don't want to have what we call a local road, but at a UGB, the city calls an arterial. So we try and make sure that we're, within a hailing distance of one another, so that we match up. So we make sure that we are consistent, particularly where they're going to grow out to, where we have, agreements with them for urban reserve areas, like in the Redmond case.
Thank you.
Okay, keep it moving. So then ODOT facility projects, these are projects where the county is including projects that are priority for ODOT. It's helpful for these projects to be in the county TSP for a lot of reasons. It helps communicate a clear a clear plan for the community when reviewing projects within the county. What are those projects that ODOT would be doing within the county? And how to making sure those show up on the map. But these have a distinction between the ones we've talked about before, because the timing, need, funding of these projects is really largely driven by ODOT. In some cases, the county may participate. In some cases, they may not. It's really a case-by-case basis of those. So these are a little bit unique, but important to note for the reasons I described. A couple examples of the projects where there's active engagement is the US 20 Cook Roundabout, of course, which is being constructed now, and then the Lower Bridgeway interchange improvements, which will be constructed in the near future. So there's a number of projects here. We can come back if any of them are of interest. But so also, for example, the Deschutes River Woods area interchange is listed on this map. It would not be something that would be county driven necessarily. It would have to go through the ODOT process, have to go through ODOT planning. So there's a unique case in each one of these of how the implementation of the project would look. Also planned pedestrian facilities. So these are in the Tumalo and Terrebonne communities where the county actually has these type of facilities. Obviously, the vast majority of the county is not a place where pedestrian facilities are provided alongside the road, such as they are in Tumalo and Terrebonne. So there's a number of sidewalk infill projects along 7th Street and 4th Street are the high priority projects in Tumalo. And then a number of projects are going to be included in some of the future Terrebonne work as well. Bicycle facilities. So we have a couple slides on this. This map actually largely exists in the current TSP, and it highlights things that are really existing today. So the county has 3 scenic bikeways that are a statewide designation. The Sisters to Smith Rock, Twin Bridges, and Mackenzie Pass routes. And then the county also previously designated in this TSP continues county bikeway designations. Those are what's shown in blue. And county bikeways are routes that have been identified as important for people that are biking. And so when the county does a maintenance project along these roads, they'll make efforts where right-of-way is available to provide wider shoulders to include that as part of the project. So this is a important map because as the county does their daily work, it'll enhance the system for people that are using these routes. So including this in the TSP is important to continue that process. And then the proposed bicycle facilities. This is the interface that Peter was describing with BPAC. BPAC has done a lot of really great work on providing where connections are important between communities and destinations within the county. They have a lot of detail in terms of what the routes might look like. The county TSP doesn't get down into the details of the route, and that's for a specific reason in that the specific route it really should be best defined by input from BPAC, but then also through a particular process about how the facility will be provided, whether it's a bicycle facility, whether it's a off-street path, things like that. There's several ODOT projects that are going through similar processes right now to identify those routes, but we've identified what the connections are. So providing a route between Bend and Redmond, providing a route between Bend and Sun River. And this is again listing what's been identified as a high priority. There's additional routes that are included in the TSP itself. And again, like some of the ODOT projects, these routes may sometimes include county roads. They may sometimes include state roads or other facilities. So the ownership and maintenance of these and even the construction of these routes is likely to be a mixed bag in terms of what jurisdiction takes ownership or drives these. But again, the county TSP is an important document to show the regional coordination of these route plannings. And it's a really important starting place for that work to happen with whatever entity ends up being the driving force behind these, which again would change based on the particular route.
Commissioner Williams has a question.
Yeah.
So for the new bike paths or the cleaned up per se, I had been reading that our existing ones are approximately 3 to 5 feet wide. ODOT is 6 feet wide. do we have plans to do like a minimum of 5 feet for new bike paths? Or not bike paths, but that which is adjacent to a road? Because right now, 3 feet is not real wide for a bicyclist. So have we thought about if we're going to set a minimum width?
Before I answer, do you? A road standard question, do you want to jump in on that one?
3 to 5.
Yeah.
I need something that I'll have to come up here. So where we can get 5 feet, that's our standard. In areas where, as we're retrofitting roads, you have adjacent, cuts and fills, and, it can be difficult to sometimes get out to 5 feet. And so 4 feet is generally our minimum standard for what we consider a bikeway to be. If that fully answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Urban areas typically, have a 6-foot bike lane, but they also have a curb. And so that the proximity of the curb is such that you need an extra foot as a cyclist to have width. We consider our 5-foot bike lane without a curb to be roughly equivalent to a 6-foot bike lane with a curb.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cyrus.
Yeah, just curious. There's certainly a lot of bicycle projects. What's the funding source for all of this?
Yeah. So funding is a combination of the state highway fund dollars that we receive through your DMV fees, gas tax, the weight mile tax that freight pays. Specific to bike lane, widening projects to accommodate bikes, grants can be obtained. Federal Lands Access Program is probably the big source that we're pointing at for some of these widening projects that provide access to federal lands, like Cascade Lakes Highway, for example, is a pretty significant widening project. We would look to federal funding, to pay for the majority of that. We also receive a little bit of funding on a formulaic basis through the federal government through Secure Rural Schools, which is basically timber receipts. And then also payment in lieu of taxes. The board allocates the road department a portion of PILT to help fund the road program in general. And so how we fund things, we fund maintenance first, operations second, and then what's left over, after funding those 2 base elements is made available for capital.
Okay. Is there any thoughts toward bicycle fees, et cetera, where they pay? I guess as somebody who pays fuel taxes, I have a little bit of a problem in my highway money's going toward vehicles I don't operate or that don't pay into the system.
Yeah, and House Bill 2017, which was passed in 2017, was a big funding bill that did include a lot of different, funding source elements. It really transformed how we're delivering our capital program because we receive a lot of additional funding through that. As a portion of that, there was a tax placed on new bicycles over a certain dollar amount. That's pooled and issued, I believe, through grant requests and maybe other allocations. We haven't tapped into any of that. I'm not aware of its availability just yet for something that we could tap into specifically. But for the most part, where we're, showing widening for bike lanes, that's also good for the road, not to have shoulders that are only a foot or 2 wide. But generally it's not just for cycling. It can be for safety, for places to pull off as well. What we don't have in our plan, and to your point, we don't have a lot of multi-use paths that are separate facilities outside of the existing paved surface. ODOT is starting to get into that business. We don't see the funding availability for us to be able to do that. As desirable as they are, it's just creating another piece of infrastructure separate from the road that can become more difficult to maintain. So, as you put that discerning cap on, that's food for thought. We're not overstretching, I think, where we're, we haven't planned a ton of multi-use paths. We're basically widening a little bit in certain areas to provide more safe space for cyclists.
Okay, great
Madam Chair.
questions. Commissioner Crawford.
question for Chris, if he'll accept it.
Well, let's see first.
Okay. So this is probably a non-related question, but it kind of piggybacks on Commissioner Cyrus. So I drive gasoline powered vehicles and I pay taxes for road construction, maintenance, et cetera. What is happening at the state level for electric vehicles?
Yeah, great question. So there's a pilot project that the state has in place called Origo that basically is a system. The industry is trending towards, a user fee where you pay per mile. And of course, that involves a GPS device that tracks, how many miles you've driven, and then a bill or a tax that's associated with that to get kind of that, dial it down, Unfortunately, that's been, kind of in the beta stage for almost the entirety of my career. There's just a lot of hurdles to that, and the technology is ever changing. The biggest thing, and I think the simplest thing, and the state of Oregon has done that a little bit with House Bill 2017, was a registration fee. And so electric vehicles and vehicles that get over a certain amount of miles per gallon efficiency are paying a higher registration fee every 2 years than a gas-fired vehicle that gets under 40 miles per gallon. If you do the math, if you're driving 12,000 miles a year, which is about what generally people drive, if you're getting 25 miles per gallon, which is probably on the low side, in a lot of cases, on average, you're only paying $160 a year in state of Oregon fuel tax that goes to pay for ODOT, goes to pay for the county share, and a significant portion of what cities pay as well. And so, conceivably, that is not a tremendous registration fee that can be attached, to vehicles that aren't paying that gas tax.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions before we continue while we're stopped? Okay.
I'm gonna crawl back here.
One more question for Mr. Doty. It's not related also, but near and dear to me is the Terrebonne Northwest Way. I get questions fairly often, actually, of when that's going to get underway.
Yeah, you bet. So right now, ODOT's telling us that they're will be bidding it this fall.
Okay.
And then we can look to see, the dirt really fly right after the new year in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, let's continue then.
Okay, so moving on from bicycle facilities, there's also bridge projects. So bridges, not something you'd necessarily think about with a transportation system plan, but a functioning bridge is an important part of a functioning transportation system plan. So this is included. The county really tracks these regularly in terms of just maintenance projects where bridges need maintenance to maintain the state of good repair on those. So a number of these highlighted. The ones that circled here are the high priority ones on Smith Rock Way, Gribbings Road, Hamehook Road, which is ongoing here shortly, and then South Century Drive as well. So having those included in the plan is helpful, again, to identify those. And I didn't mention this before, but given the funding question, projects being in the transportation system plan tends to open them up to additional funding sources beyond just the county. So we'll talk about a little bit about the funding chapter. There's, like any transportation system plan, there's a gap in the needs versus the availability of funding that exists solely within the county. So making projects competitive for grant funding or other sources is an important part of any funding strategy going forward. So having these in there is helpful for that. And speaking of which, the Federal Lands Access Program, flat projects, we've identified those specifically here. The county's had a lot of success going after these projects. These are a federal funding source that provides specific funding for projects that improve access to federal lands. Obviously, Deschutes County has lots of federal land, so there's lots of opportunities. So those are called out specifically here for the purposes of helping align future funding grant requests for these projects. So the high priority one here is the Three Creeks Road near Sisters, but a number of others, Cascade Lakes Highway, other projects as well. And then Peter mentioned the transit facilities. So Cascades East Transit maintains its own transit master plan. That was done just a couple years ago. It's largely focused on the urban areas, but there certainly is some interface with the county in that it moves through the county system and then also provides services to county areas. So the TSP will adopt that plan by reference in the specific elements that would apply to the county. And really just broadly, the transit service, well, maybe the fixed route system is not as important specifically to the county. Certainly dial-a-ride or other demand responsive services is an important part of the transportation access for many residents. So including that is important. There's also a really robust community connector system, which again goes between the communities, but then provides access for residents as well that live in the county or the rural areas of Tumalo, Terrebonne. And then, of course, beyond Cascades East Transit, there's other providers such as the Point System, the Breeze, Central Oregon Breeze, et cetera. And I mentioned the TSAP, so these are incorporated, the priority projects. There's a status update. Many of those projects have already been completed, but the county is continuing to chip away at those safety projects that were identified through the Transportation Safety Action Plan. Again, just I'll highlight, Chris mentioned some of the federal funding that's become available through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And that includes a lot of funding for safety dollars and really the prerequisite of applying for implementation grants to receive those dollars is having a transportation safety action plan. So the county was certainly in a good spot by having this plan to make available that funding source. Many jurisdictions are just starting to create these plans to be eligible for that funding. So the county is able to go after actually delivering those projects by having this plan. And then funding broadly, I think we've talked a lot about this. Chris talked about the maintenance and operation approach. Peter discussed the road moratorium. There's additional details in the document. If you're curious, Chris actually was the main author and evaluator of looking at what that would cost to lift. So the recommendation in the TSP is to retain that moratorium going forward. And then just again, broadly, certainly when we look at funding, the environment is always challenging, although we certainly have a unique opportunity at the moment with a lot of transportation funding has become available through the federal legislation and even the state legislation. So while we're not seeing a surplus of dollars that we're trying to figure out how to spend, we certainly are in a spot where the gap that we do see in the capital needs is there's opportunities there to fill that with grants, and having a plan like this is really helpful to achieve that. Do you want to keep going?
Yeah, keep rolling. You're
Okay,
fine.
so how will the county use the TSP? Really, I like to think of TSPs as a framework for the transportation system. We certainly have the specific projects that are important for developing the CIP, but then also the policies and the interaction with the partner agencies. It's an important document for providing that framework for how the system should be modified. There's really no way of sitting here today and anticipating everything that should happen to the transportation system over the next 20 years. So the document at its best is a guiding document that will help make those decisions and provide a solid framework for those decisions moving forward. And then again, the real-time updates and active implementation of the plan makes it useful day-to-day developing CIP, et cetera. So from a county staff, from planning commission such as yourself and future iterations, and then the county board of commissioners, it hopefully is that useful document to make those decisions from the transportation system. And then next steps, obviously we're holding the work session today to answer questions, make updates, revise the document with input. We have a hearing with you scheduled and the public on August 10th. And then you'll, of course, make the recommendation and then move forward with a board consideration after that. And then at that point in time, pending all those approvals, work on the implementation part of it, which is where the real fun happens. I think there are questions. Anything else that we can go back to, or questions that have popped up we can help address?
Commissioner Williams?
Just real quick, you had mentioned Sunrise Boulevard, and I'm going to guess that is in Lapine and paving the rest of it towards Burgess as it is paved from Day Road down to, I think, Shady Lane. So the rest of that would then be paved?
Yes.
And that was, we heard just a lot of support for that happening. A lot of the comments we received were to that effect of, please prioritize this project or please prioritize that project. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, just curious. I realized a lot of it's probably state planning as opposed to county, but we hold the land versus the state. As far as major thoroughfares, alternative routes to 97, bypass, et cetera. What's happening along those lines? Because I mean, right now, the 97 between Redmond and Bend is almost, it's overpacked and unusable. A lot of the areas around Bend are getting so congested that 97 has become, no longer viable as a thoroughfare from, Terrebonne through to past Bend.
So I'll start from a planning side and then Matt can go in from an operational side. So the state has a no bypass policy. I think it's 1G. So what they're trying to do is increase operational efficiency of their roads through access management and non-traversable medians. So you get more throughput that way. System management, trying to do like the Parkway, trying to get rid of some of those accesses because people are slowing to make a turn. Well, if they don't make that turn, except at a higher order facility like an interchange, the throughput will go a lot smoother than trying to slam on your brakes and turn in at Truman, for example, or any of those right in, right outs. Same thing with the rural area. They're trying to look at access. Can you have a parallel route? That's one of the things we've talked about in the past. Could you improve a county road to be a parallel route to 97 or not? Then as we also improve our county roads, they'll become more efficient as well. So to put it in a nutshell, ODOT is trying to make their system work as well as possible with iterative improvements and not have to build brand new roadways. So I don't think you're going to see any new bypasses in Central Oregon anytime soon, also because of their funding issues. But again, sometimes you get federal funding and something shows up. The Lower Bridgeway interchange, a perfect example. That was on everybody's wish list, but God, it's probably never going to get done. And then as Chris mentioned, the 2017 bill came through and suddenly we have money to do an interchange there. So never say never, but.
Well, I guess I would question putting crosswalks on a parkway that's supposed to be keeping traffic moving. But the other question, roads like Barr Road, is there any consideration or plans to improve that to make it actually passable to take some of the load off of Lower Bridge or not Lower Bridge, Klein Falls Highway?
Not yet, because we have a lot of capacity on our roadway system yet. And again, if you pave it, you've got to operate it, maintain it forever. And so currently, no. But anything else you want to put in about the highway system or local system?
No, the highway, I think you covered the highway system well. I think the only thing I'd add is that it's really, I think you're right. It's just largely it's an ODOT driven question. And then ODOT in many cases is working with local jurisdictions. So the jurisdictions up and down 97 have all been addressing that in their own way. But the county certainly participates when the interface happens on the county front. So Lower Bridgeway is the perfect example of that. But yeah, Peter, correct. Statewide policy is really driving a lot of the decisions on 97.
Because I was looking at the map, just kind of looking at the track, with some improvement of Barr would connect all the others all the way through to Terrebonne to where you could actually have a semi bypass for 97 that would be feasible and practical.
Yeah, the thing I would add on this is in that example, and I'm not familiar with the details of your obviously what you've been thinking about, but I'm sure the lineup makes sense. There's the question on those, and this was discussed a little bit in recent plans. Is if you do that, then the county all of a sudden starts accepting the highway traffic on the county system without the dollars to go with the maintenance that goes with that. So they're very complicated questions, is my point in bringing that up, is that where the traffic goes and where the funding goes to support it. You have to be careful with that sometimes about how the system would then serve the traffic that you'd invite.
And I guess follow up from a planning standpoint, I guess I'm a little confused as far as why some of the areas that have been identified as arterials and some of your main county roads are allowed to put schools and things that create instant heavy congestion and 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in areas that should be moving traffic back and forth.
That has been a wrestling match in planning for as long as I've been in planning. Typically, schools, how can I be polite? Land cost is always an issue for schools, and when they get land donated them and they can build there, that's a big plus for them, regardless of what, as a transportation planner might say, is that a good or a bad location for a school?
I guess a quick follow-up, I mean, from a planning standpoint, is that something that our body has the ability to say, these are roads that are designated for, certain activities such as arterials or whatever, and schools may not be placed within a certain distance from those in order to keep the efficiency of traffic flows?
So most of our schools are in rural unincorporated communities. You got one in Terrebonne, you got one in Tumalo. There's not a lot where there are high-speed areas. We also have policies. You can't have a new access onto an arterial or collector. And then there's some spacing standards as well. So we try to get at that, but we also have zoning of where schools are allowed. And some places you don't want those kids to have a 6-hour bus ride to have to go to school. You want them to be somewhat close. But it's always a balancing act. It's more of an issue in urban areas than rural issues. But yeah, as I have several schools on my route home, yes, I know what time of day I don't want to go anywhere near that road.
Thanks.
Okay, other questions or comments? Vice Chair Hoopkamp?
Just a couple quick ones I should probably know the answer to. Consider them dumb questions. The TSP exists in what relationship to the comp plan?
It's the transportation element of the comprehensive plan.
So it's a chapter?
Mhm.
Okay. And this is a TSP overall update that you're proposing. I note that the year brackets corresponds to the comp plan window as planning window as well, which makes sense. How, I should probably know this too, but how is the TSP modified in the interim in regards to specifics? Would it be comparable to a plan amendment, or how's it modified?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, it would be a plan or a text amendment. But if you're thinking about, your question more is about project lists. It's not like you have to build all the high priorities before you can build a low. Suddenly funding becomes available. If it's on the TSP, regardless of where it's ranked, it's technically eligible for funding. So suddenly you've got money for what was previously thought a low priority project. It can get funded and get put on the CIP. It's not one of these where we have to pick off all the highs first, or, okay, we got to go through a plan amendment and a text amendment to take what was a low priority and redo the list and put it up at a high. Now, you don't have to do that.
Thank you.
So Peter and I had a great email exchange about the airport. Just so that I can say this publicly. I was concerned about parking at the airport in terms of accessing the airport. So I was wondering if we could have an offsite parking like some airports do, so that people could take the shuttle from the offsite cheap parking to get to the airport if they didn't want to pay the more expensive parking on site at the airport. But it sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, that zoning doesn't really allow for such a thing to happen. Is that correct? Or could you maybe say?
It's a nuanced answer. So the Redmond Airport Master Plan, which they updated in 2018, they looked at that. So they looked at off-site locations off the airport, but still within the city of Redmond. And they had to have property of a certain size and had to do 2.5 miles to 1.5 miles. And they ultimately decided that because then you'd have to have shuttle vehicles and drivers and operations, that it just made more sense to have the parking continued on site. It has come up in the past about, could you have a commercial parking lot out in the county and come in? And under our zoning, no, you can't do that. We can't have a commercial parking lot. You can have some shared parking. We have to within 500 feet of a door for business A to business B, and you need a legal agreement, but that's not going to help you with the Redmond Airport shuttle.
Not much we can do about parking at the airport with this plan, correct? Because that's
It's
really
outside
the
our jurisdiction.
yeah,
It's not our
it's the-
window.
airport plan, and then they would be collaborating with Redmond if that's what they wanted to do, but they decided at that time that that didn't make sense. Yeah, thank you for responding to my email and also for summarizing that here.
I didn't go into the Redmond code. Redmond may allow standalone commercials, and so you'd have to talk to the city of Redmond for that. But for us, no.
Okay. All right. Other questions or items to raise? Okay.
We'll see you on the 10th of August.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks everyone else, also for being here.
Appreciate your shirt, Peter.
Yeah.
You know, I have to give credit to our CDD director because I didn't have one in my closet, but he graciously loaned me one.
Great. So this will be our next item, which is the Deschutes 2040 meeting number 10. Secondary review of goals and policies. I'll turn it over to Nicole Mardell, Senior Planner.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners. For the record, Nicole Mardell, Senior Planner. This evening, we do not have a PowerPoint for you. We are hoping to just jump right in and make the best use of our time together. So Matt Hasty is our consultant from MIG. He's here and he's going to lead us through our secondary review of policies. So I'll turn it over to Matt.
All right. Thanks, Nicole. Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, no worries. So as Nicole said, I'm going to take you through the policies. I have them in kind of 3 separate documents. You have them all in your packet. When we sent these out, we had highlighted policies where there had been some change over time through this process that we've been going through. So we highlighted things in kind of a yellowish beige, I'll call it, that had, again, gone through some kind of revision. And then we took the liberty, since sending this out, of doing a little more highlighting. And what I'm going to show you on the screen as we go through are the same documents, but with some extra highlighting. And the extra highlighting focuses on those policies where there was a substantive change compared to what y'all reviewed in the last several rounds of review. So you'll see that on the screen. And the intent is to kind of focus our discussion on those things where there's been the most substantive change or where they're new. So there's a number of policies in the document that are new policies that came out of this last round of community outreach, including meetings with some partnering agencies. So as I go through these, I'm going to kind of focus on those policies with the extra highlighting. And I think I'll kind of take them like a table within a document at a time. But then if you have comments or thoughts or want to discuss any of the other policies, let me know that. But I'm just going to kind of scroll through and highlight those ones that we've, again, added the extra highlighting to. And then maybe after each table, stop and say, hey, are there other ones that you want to talk about that I did not highlight? But I thought it might just help us focus our time a little more intently that way. Just because there's lots of pages of policies here, and there are a lot of them that have the yellow or beige highlighting. So hopefully that sounds okay, makes sense. And I think, in each case, we want to get your input on, do we need to make further changes, to substantive changes to any of these policies? And again, kind of particularly the ones I'm going to highlight for you as I walk through. So I'm going to get started in a sec, but Nicole, anything else you want to say about kind of process tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say that, similar to our first round of review, there might be certain policies that warrant quite a bit of discussion. So we will be doing a little bit of a time check throughout the process to keep us moving along. If we do run out of time this evening, I think we usually try to end by about 8:45 or 9. So if there is a need for an additional meeting, we can add one, but I might jump in just for a time check so that you know where we are in terms of how many policies we're asking you to review this evening. Just to, again, keep you up to date on how much time we have left.
And I will say that the number that I highlighted kind of in each of the 3 documents that they're kind of originally in is probably on the order of like 8 to 12. So again, we can talk about other ones too, but that's the number that I've highlighted. So I am going to start sharing my screen in a moment here, and I'll try to let you know kind of where we are. within the packet as well as within the documents that I'm going to be showing you. So let's see. All right, give me just a sec to kind of increase the size of my little Zoom screen. There we go. Okay, so this is the first batch of policies. These are the ones that start on page 104 of your packet. And again, I'm going to scroll through until I get to the ones that I've highlighted in green, and I'll take them a table at a time, and then we'll see if there's other ones you want to talk about. So the first set that I highlighted in green are on page 4 of this document, which is, I think, 107 of your packet. And there's 3 policies here. These are the community engagement policies. There are 3 policies here that are essentially new policies that are based on community feedback. So these are 1.1.6, 7, and 8. And so I'm just going to kind of say a few words about these, see if you have any comments on these, and then kind of move on to the next ones till we get to the end of the table, and then we'll go back and see if there's other stuff you want to talk about as well. So the first one talks about investing in and supporting land use educational resources for community members, including information related to rural living, agricultural practices, natural resources, and natural hazards. This is something I think we talked to you all a little bit about, and definitely something that was that we heard from the public is important, just to make sure that people are informed about these issues and that the county is investing in some resources to do that. The second one, promote opportunities for community members to have civil dialogue around key community issues. Again, something we heard about during the last round of outreach, and something we discussed with you before, more around kind of the conduct of your meetings, and just promoting that as a general principle. So we've got a new policy here on that. And then the third one is explore new and innovative ways to reach community members and promote participation in the planning process. And so the focus here is kind of on new and innovative ways to reach community members. And I would say we felt like some of the work we did in this last round of outreach using the, it's called the Consider It online platform, we thought was sort of, that worked pretty well. We got a lot of good feedback using that. And we thought that was sort of a confirmation that that's a pretty good idea. People seem to support that. So I'll stop there and just see if y'all have any comments, questions, suggested changes on any of those 3.
I like them. It's my comment.
Awesome.
Looks like everyone, I'm not seeing anyone else wanting to comment, so.
Okay. I'm looking to see if we've got, so those are the ones I wanted to highlight in that first table on community engagement. Maybe I'll just pause here and just see, are there any other ones that people saw in that first table that we need to talk about? And I'll kind of do this as we go through. And if not, then I'll kind of bump to the next ones I highlighted under the land use table. And hopefully this won't get too tedious, but I want to make sure we, hit the ones that represent changes, but also give you a chance to talk about other ones if you have comments or questions. So,
Vice Chair Hovier.
Matt, just a suggestion. The last policy, which is just above table 2, there at 1.2.6. A suggestion that we, if others are interested, that we just broaden that just a smidge to say, maintain open and civil discourse among and between committee members, planning staff, and the public, to include our colleagues here, and civility directed toward them as well. In all directions, encouraging civil discourse from the public when they're having discourse with our staff and so forth. So it would, again, just a suggestion, if others are okay with it, maintain open and civil discourse, yes, among and between committee members, planning staff, and the public.
Okay. So I went and added that in.
County staffs.
Took me a minute to just like make sure I was tracking the changes so I can see them. Does that sound
Thank
good to everybody? Like a good sort of expansion? Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Not seeing any
Um,
huge opposition.
Cool. Okay. So kind of jumping down to the land use policies section. Again, I'm just going to kind of scroll down till I get to the ones that I had highlighted. There's a couple of them here. Policy 2.1.5. So this one is on page, 111 of your packet. So that's kind of where we are. Explore methods to integrate carrying capacity into county land use decision-making. This is something that came out of comments we heard during that last round of outreach. And then goal 2, just below it, we added some words to this, again, based on community input. So it used to say, I think, coordinate and support regional planning efforts related to growth and major infrastructure investments. And we added or are proposing adding natural resources and recreation, because that was something that we heard during the community outreach phase, was also important to people in terms of supporting regional planning efforts around those issues as well. So those are a couple of changes there. We'll just kind of see if you have any thoughts on those. Makes sense?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. And then just kind of scrolling on down, and this would be on the next page of the packet, a couple of new policies here, 2.2.5 and 2.2.6. 2.2.5 talks about encouraging cities to conduct urban reserve planning to facilitate orderly and thoughtful management of growth and infrastructure needs. And urban reserve planning is essentially identifying areas that are outside, typically outside an urban growth boundary, but are potential areas for future urban growth. So it's not waiting until you expand your UGB or go through a UGB expansion process to start thinking about what are some of the areas of future growth, but it's trying to do a certain amount of that ahead of time. And so that's kind of what that refers to. Redmond went through that process, so they've kind of already done that. Ben sort of had a version of it, but not exactly in this way. And there's a few other communities around the state who do this as well, including the Portland metro area. And then the next one, there's actually, I think there's several here that talk about essentially coordination with federal agencies or other agencies. So I'm just going to kind of go through these all together because they're sort of related and see what y'all think about those. So 2.2.6 says collaborate with federal agencies on land management issues, including homelessness, sustainable recreation, expansion, and energy projects. All of these are things that came out of either the community outreach phase and or related meetings with partnering agencies and organizations. 2.2.7, collaborate with tribal governments on regional issues, particularly those that impact ceded lands or shared natural resources. That came out of a meeting with the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. Next one, support efforts to reduce barriers to regional infrastructure projects with community benefit while mitigating negative impacts. That one, I think, was in there before, but we added some language around mitigating negative impacts. And then the last one in that section is really just kind of moving a policy from the unincorporated communities portion of the comp plan and making some minor changes to it. It says support updates to unincorporated community area plans. And that is something that, you know, you're already doing. You're doing that right now with the Tumalo plan. And I think you're getting ready to do that in Terrebonne, and will likely continue to do that in those areas, those similar areas. So I'll stop there and just see if y'all have any comments on that grouping.
Peter has a comment.
I have a comment for the group's consideration, just as it pertains to policy 2.25, which is the urban reserve planning. So the language that I'm tossing out there that could certainly be perfected would be something to the extent that would say encourage cities to conduct in collaboration with Deschutes County urban reserve planning to et cetera, et cetera. The reason why I make that a suggestion with that addition is cities, Deschutes, the counties are obligated, if urban reserve planning is undertaken, counties update their comprehensive plans and create combining zones. And they rely on the city technical analysis and their willingness and support to set aside land for future urbanization. But there is a extensive coordination role that happens, and one that did happen back in 2005. So the way it reads as presently written, it seems like the city can just take this effort and we have no role. So I don't know if that type of language in collaboration with or in coordination with Deschutes County, if that shows that there's a partnership that is in existence between those two jurisdictions. I'll let Matt, you can.
I think it's
the
a
planning
great
commission can determine how to best refine that, but that was just one clarification that I thought would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank
I like
you.
that.
Commissioner Cyrus?
I would agree with Peter, but just from a grammatical standpoint, you need a couple of commas.
I almost put those commas in, but I couldn't remember my grammar rules on that one. I will add them.
I saw it too.
Nicole?
Yeah, so I wanted to, just in case commissioners were interested, I wanted to provide a little bit of context for policy 227, which is about collaboration with tribal governments. So as Matt mentioned, we went with Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. And I think this information will be included in the narrative of this chapter as well. But I think something that hasn't necessarily been recognized in our comprehensive plan previously are the treaty rights that this group has on typically federal and state lands within Deschutes County. So within their treaty rights, they have the ability to hunt, fish, gather, graze. And so in coordinating with them, they essentially mentioned, hey, even though our reservation is in a different county, a lot of the work that you do does impact our viability to, follow through on our treaty rights. So I think that's kind of a new policy for Deschutes County, but I think the term ceded lands is unfamiliar to a lot of people. So I just thought I would explain it. Thank you.
Thanks for the explanation.
I like it a lot. And I think, I might have it wrong, but I think that the tribes also assert those rights on private lands as well. But I think that that's, a contested area, but yeah. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you for that. I was actually wondering that. So it's interesting. Okay.
All right.
Other thoughts before we move on? Also,
Okay.
I'll just say, since we have a member of the public with us, if you want to make any comments, you're welcome to as well. And I'll ask at the end as well.
One up there was saying something about carrying capacity. I was wondering what was that talking about? It was sort of, when I was reading it, it didn't say exactly what it was. I was just wondering what that was.
Yeah, so, and Matt, just in case you didn't hear this, I'll repeat it. The question was about in the previous table, 215. Yeah, it's the policy that relates to explore methods to integrate carrying capacity into county land use decision making. So this was essentially us reflecting back to the community what we heard pretty consistently throughout our engagement process. I don't know if a county has integrated carrying capacity into land use decision making previously. So that's why you can see it starts with explore methods too, because we aren't necessarily sure what that looks like. But essentially at the core of it, community members said, hey, I have a lot of concerns about natural resources, in particular water. Is there ever a tipping point where, development should essentially not be allowed if we don't have a certain resource? So this is, again, a kind of an exploratory policy to reflect back what we heard from community members. But Matt, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I was just going to say the same thing as you. Carrying capacity typically kind of refers to the ability of land water and other natural resources to support population growth or the types of uses of land that are allowed and identified and can occur on them.
Great question. Okay.
All right. Okay, I will keep going. Go to the next set that I had highlighted here. And so there's one. This is 2.4.1. This is under the goal 4, which is minimize onerous barriers to land use application and development review processes. And there's a proposed new policy here that says explore addition of specialty planning positions within the community development department with expertise in wildlife, natural resources, and or agricultural practices. So it's, look at whether or not the county should bring staff on that have specialized expertise in those areas, since those are areas that y'all need to manage and address, in collaboration with partner agencies. So that's a proposed new policy based, I think, in part on some of the discussion we had with all of you at previous work sessions.
Nicole?
And previously, you might remember this policy. It was written in quite a different way. I believe it was phrased as, provide training to staff on natural resources, et cetera. And there was a concern from the Planning Commission that sounded a little, it was kind of a little confusing the way that the language read. It sounded almost maybe a little bit negative. So we took that comment and essentially rewrote it in kind of a different way of responding to what community members had said, which is essentially, hey, for rural county planning, we do need people with expertise in these areas, but we kind of reframed it a little bit. So curious as to your thoughts.
Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, I guess the devil's in the details. That one could go, for me, could go both ways. I guess the question would be define expertise in any of those fields, and somebody who claims to have expertise in what way, manner, or way of thinking. There's consultants all over the world with expertises that have no idea what they're talking about, even though they claim to. And so I guess that one opens up a huge can of worms.
And I guess I'll just ask, this does say explore, it's not hire, right? So I would think that would be sort of part of what you would explore is, what does that mean? When you say expertise in these areas, does that mean a degree or a specialization from some kind of educational program in that, or does that mean something else? I don't know. I think you're right. The devil's in the details, and there's probably a fair number of details that would need to be worked out to implement this policy. But I think the question is, does it make sense to have folks who have some of that expertise on staff?
Yeah, I would just, I actually think there's a fair amount to what Commissioner Cyrus is saying, and I'm in fair agreement there. But I would rather have, some measure of some expertise, however we define that, when we're looking at specialty planning positions. So a very good cautionary note, but probably better to have expertise, however that's defined in those areas, than not. But good point, well taken.
How about expertise / experience?
That would make sense.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Thought.
Yeah, and I don't know if it needs to be a special. I mean, I'm totally fine with the wording as is, but just a thought. I don't know if it needs to be a specialty planning position, or if it just is something people would be considering when hiring, oh, this person used to have a job doing, save the sea turtles, so we will hire them. Or, they have, they grew up on a farm, so they know a lot about agricultural practices, and then they were interested in planning, so they went to school to be a planner. That could be, that could be a pretty big plus for you, I guess, if you were applying for a job. If when hiring, you were looking at it as a big plus. Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, I guess I mean, maybe more specific example is I might have a different version of expertise in wolf management than somebody on the Wolf Welcome Committee. Just as an example of definition of expertise and background and where a person's coming from. It could be good or bad. Depending on your perspective.
Right. Yeah. I mean, one thing that you guys do exceptionally well, as staff members, in my opinion, is you're really, really good at keeping your thoughts very private. Like I can never tell what you guys are thinking about, like sort of politically charged issues. I'm like, what's your view on this? You guys do that really well. And I mean, I suppose if you identify as an expert in, we'll just say wildlife, then it seems like it might be hard to, if we're doing a wildlife protection sort of amendment, then I don't know, is that a hard conflict of interest if you're the wildlife specialist? Or is that just an asset because maybe you're a staff member trained just as you guys are and you're the wildlife specialist, but you're also like putting your personal opinions like way on the back burner and you're just like, hey, here's the information. I don't know.
Well, I can go first, then Peter can clean up. So I would say when drafting this, I think we had in mind, so some cities will have, say, a historic preservation planner. So rather than being a generalist where you're assigned a variety of projects, maybe you get all the projects that fall into that historic resource category. But in this case, we had some that are related to wildlife, natural resources, agricultural practices. So again, that might be someone who's an agricultural planner who has, a certain level of experience, expertise where they would, potentially oversee those projects. I will say we don't have to keep this policy in. If you feel that it's unnecessary, we could delete it. But again, that's just some of the background of why we kind of changed the wording. But Peter, do you have any other comments?
The only thing I was going to say in the Planning Commission last year had a conversation about there was interest, I think it came out of our work plan, explore natural resource stewardship position, you may recall. And there was no conclusive outcome to that topic. The board didn't create a stewardship position. But what we have today, we have a county forester. A county forester is not in CDD. And so to the extent that there's interest in this type of policy, just like you want some, maybe being more ambiguous is better than more detail, going to Commissioner Hovkamp and Commissioner Cyrus's comments, may make sense not to have it within CDD. I mean, you can, we may have a forester that's basically kind of acts independently and is not physically at administration, but is under administration. And we have a wolf depredation committee that's not administered by CDD, and there are appointed members of the community that have experience or an interest with that topic. So I would just offer for your consideration, maybe it's an open-ended for having these specialty positions within Deschutes County. And then, and again, it's exploring it. And then the organization will, if this was prudent, would determine where it would be housed.
Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, my preference is planning staff that is neutral. And I think you start bringing in experts, so-called experts, then they're going to have their own biases that they're going to be imposing on stuff. Whereas if you got access to the experts, then you can find, experts with opposing viewpoints and try to make decisions based on information gathered as opposed to, interjecting it in the first place.
I guess I'm going to have to disagree, because if we're talking about exploring the potential for specialty planning positions, that would imply, as you just mentioned, Nicole, that they have a particular area, take natural resources, where they're going to focus their efforts in carrying applications forward or so forth. And I think it would enhance and deepen county expertise and processes to have somebody that has some expertise / experience in that area if we're going to specifically constrain their specialty in that way. In this world, expertise, regardless of what you think of it, it still does matter. People do know things. They spend years and years in training and learning. And so I think, again, the caution is well taken, but if we want to include this policy, and I would be in favor based upon, in part, that it came from community input, that since it's an exploratory kind of an aspirational policy here, that there's nothing particularly wrong with saying expertise / experience. My two cents.
I also think it's a good idea to keep it in there as exploring because for the simple fact that like this has come up actually frequently I wouldn't say frequently, several times during the time that I've been on the commission. I think it was Les Hudson who always seemed to want to have a wildlife biologist on staff somehow. I mean, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that viewpoint, but it's just that it keeps coming up. And in some ways, these comprehensive plans or these planning documents seem to be sort of like kind of almost like a running list of things that come up a lot and that we should be paying attention to rather than a to-do list. It's not a, we're going to do this. It's kind of these are things that are coming up a lot. So this is very general and so therefore not like prescriptive of, okay, next week your guys are going to hire us a wildlife biologist and they're going to be in the planning department. So I think it'd be good to keep it in. Commissioner Cyrus?
I would actually agree with Commissioner Hokamp in that I agree that it's good to have people with some background and specialty. Maybe the word that I'm getting hung up with is expert. Somebody that is so-called expertise in an area versus somebody who has more experience in dealing with certain types of things. I mean, absolutely, I think it makes sense that, when certain types of applications come in, they're assigned to the person that has the most expertise and background in that area, as opposed to going out and hiring somebody who's a so-called expert in a field. I guess it's kind of the difference. I mean, I agree you put the right the right person in the right seat on the bus. You assign, applications to the person that has the most background knowledge and preferably experience in dealing with those type of things so that it makes the most sense for both the planning staff and the applicant.
Can I ask maybe a detailed question? Would the word knowledge feel better than expertise in this sentence? Knowledge, I feel like, is pretty agnostic word, but I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I don't know what the proper one is, and maybe it's just like you say, putting the right pegs in the right holes. Just more of an assignment to the staff that is best fitted for certain applications, and as opposed to actively going out and finding people with specific backgrounds from a hiring standpoint.
So
I have a comment. I guess I'm a little bit hung up on this. To me, this simply says explore addition of specialty planning positions. In other words, are we going to add another position to the planning department? We're exploring, are we going to add a position, and really has nothing to do with hiring for positions that are already in existence. That's how I read it, but maybe I'm misreading.
Correct. Yeah. So again, the example that I gave is, and I'll use the example of Peter Russell's position. So we have a dedicated transportation planner, and that's a separate position than our long range planners, even though we're on the same team. So I think again, in writing this, it would be exploring creation of new positions within CDD, or to Peter's point, potentially, in the county generally.
Yeah. And I think, as Chair Kira said, this topic comes up periodically. And so I think it's essential that we leave this in here.
depending on funding, et cetera, what the needs of the county are as it grows. I'm in favor of leaving it in here with the little bit of tweaking we did this evening.
All right,
So-
other comments before we move on?
All right.
All right.
So the next one's kind of I'll call it a biggie in terms of just something that we had a fair bit of discussion about in previous meetings and something that we asked people about explicitly in the last round of outreach. So
Hey, Matt,
yeah,
Matt, can I interrupt you? I'm terribly sorry, sir. I was hoping for
okay.
an open, but I'm going to do the same thing I did to you in regards to the last goal.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Scrolling back, actually.
Yes,
I
I kinda
might
skipped
have
that.
the opportunity to get this in, but just a very brief cleanup on it would be a policy 2.3.2 on your page 12 on our
Yep.
packet, page
Got it.
115.
Yep.
It's
Just the one we talked about.
persnickety one, but I like us to look good in terms of grammar. Do you see it there?
Scenic
Yeah, you've got it.
resources.
That should, I believe, be, you have support park districts, state and or federal agencies' efforts. So I think you either want districts and agencies to be possessive or
Sure.
probably preferable, I would simply, to keep it real simple, just go support park district without an S, state, probably a comma there as well, Oxford comma, and or federal agency with a Y efforts. Okay, sorry
Okay.
about that.
No, no worries. I was actually thinking of just saying support the efforts of all these folks, and then I wouldn't have to change quite so many words. How does that sound? And then I also
Sure.
found another typo because it said scenic resource. and
That's
it
even
should-
better. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and I should have kind of gone back and made sure we covered anything else in that table. Anything else in that table, the land use table, before I move to the agricultural resources table? All right, so the next one's in the agricultural resources table. This one is on page, let's see. Sorry, I'm scrolling through a couple of documents at the same time. Yeah, so this one's on page 117, I believe, of the packet. So this is one that we spent some time talking about at the previous a couple of previous meetings, actually, I think, and then asked people about fairly explicitly during the last round of community outreach. And this one is about looking at future use of lands with farm designation and poor soils and low productivity. So there's sort of several options here that we identified related to the same policy and kind of the same topic. So it says explore the evaluation and potential redesignation of lands with a farm designation and poor soils and low productivity for protected open space, development of needed housing, or other uses that support community goals. That's kind of like the version of this that has sort of everything in it. And there's several options below that. The first one focuses on supporting residential development in those areas. That's A. B talks about supporting preservation of open space on farmlands, or et cetera, et cetera. So it's focused on preservation of open space. The third one, option C, basically says, do things consistent with state law, administrative rules, et cetera. And then D is kind of a hybrid of A and B. It says explore creation of new zoning classification intended to balance the value of high desert environment while allowing for limited housing opportunities. And I will say that when we ask people about these kind of two different things, do we want to look at opportunities for housing in some of these areas? And do we want to also look at preservation of open space in some of these areas? There was a fair bit of support for both of those things. And I think that's partly why we've got this hybrid option. So I'll stop there. This one's got kind of a lot going on in it. And I think the question here is, Do you have a preference? Do you all have a preference for one of these 4 options, A, B, C, or D? And or the kind of initial language that's in bold up there on the screen.
And I will say, commissioners, option C is what's currently in our comprehensive plan. So that's the status quo.
Thank you.
Okay.
Option C. So that's the one that essentially says allow map amendments for individual EFU parcels as allowed by state law.
So there's a question from our Vice Chair Hovkamp.
Oh, actually just an answer to a question, to Matt's question. I spent some time looking at this. Nice job, staff and consultant in sort of sussing out some options here that get, I think, at an important distinction. I'm glad to see this policy arising or modification of this policy. I like D a good amount. The hybrid option there seems to cover what we need to cover. The wording is pretty tight, and yeah, big fan of option D since you asked, Matt. Thanks.
As am I.
I have a quick question. When you said there was support for both housing and open space, do you mean support for both of those from the same people, or do you mean some people supported housing and some people supported open space?
So we asked those questions kind of, they were part of one topic within the Consider It online open house. I think we asked the questions too in the in-person open houses. We asked them sort of separately, and in each case there was support. I can't tell you if it was like the same people. There were probably a certain number of people who did support both things. There were a certain number of people who supported one, maybe not the other. Overall, my recollection, and I don't have the summary of that survey in front of me right now, but I can pull it up, is that there was fairly strong support for each of those types of things. But again, it's hard for me to say.
I was just trying to get out, is option D a compromise where no one gets exactly what they want, or is it actually the preferred option of the majority of the people?
I would go ahead. Sorry, Nicole.
I was going to say, I do have the Consider It results, but I unfortunately don't have the ability to share my screen right now. But there was slightly more support for open space, just because I think generally people understood a little bit more. Oh yeah, I like open space. Let's protect it. With the should we rezone low productivity farmland with poor soil to allow greater opportunities for housing? There was slightly less support than for open space, but a lot of the comments were essentially asking, what does this look like? What areas would be considered? Some folks were essentially saying, before I really weigh in, I want to know a lot more details about where this housing would go and what it would look like. But Matt, go ahead. You were going to answer a question, I believe.
No, that kind of covers it. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, I would agree. Certainly the devil's in the details. My personal preference is option A. Option Delta would be, like I say, based on the details. The question is when you're trying to take somebody's private property and create open space for everyone else to enjoy, what kind of compensation do they get for creating essentially public spaces? That's, from a property rights standpoint, how do you justify creating open spaces from someone else's property, and property specifically that, maybe they had the rights to develop at one point and then you're taking those away, and or, they've chosen to keep it open space to this point. And from an agricultural standpoint, where most people have 401ks and they've got retirement plans, for most farmers, that land is their retirement plan, is the ability to sell it. And they've invested everything they've got over the last 50 years into that property. And now you take, essentially, you're raiding their bank account. And so I think the big question then is, how do you compensate people for the open space?
Just a quick clarification. I think I had a different understanding of option D. Maybe I'll let you guys respond to what Matt said, and then, but just, and then maybe I'll ask you guys if I'm understanding option D right, but you may end up addressing it as you respond.
Yeah, I can take a shot at this, and then Matt, feel free to add to it. So I think we mentioned this in our first round of review. We heard a lot from community members in our first round of engagement about what folks were calling a high desert zone. So I think some folks on kind of that meeting had two different things to two different people. But on one side of the coin, you had folks who were saying, hey, the system of rezoning today, it feels like there's something missing between EFU and rural residential or MUA 10. Feels like there's a category in there that's missing where it would be almost a balancing of the two of those things. So I think that's what we are seeking with option D, since this would be, again, an exploratory program, is just kind of understand, what would that middle ground zone look like? And again, the devil's in the details. This would be a policy supporting, researching that, drafting a proposal. But of course, we wouldn't have really quite a lot of the details at this policy level. But again, I think it's again trying to find this middle ground zone. Matt, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
I would agree with what you just said. I would emphasize that word explore, and I would say that the intent wasn't wasn't to go out and just rezone people's land to say, oh, you now have, no ability to use your land for private purposes, or to sort of take away people's development rights. I do understand, the devil's in the details, but I will say that was not the intent. And I will also just say, kind of back to the chair's question about, does D seem to represent kind of nobody gets what they want, or more what we heard from the majority of people? I would say it's more what we heard from the majority of people, because in each case where we asked about, is this something the county should look at, consider, more people than not said, yes, the county should consider doing this or explore doing this. And we did use, that kind of language when we asked that question. So that's how I would frame D versus some of the other ones.
Commissioner Cyrus, you had a.
Yeah, I apologize. It seemed like I misunderstood some of what you're saying, and maybe we need some clarification to that, because I was picking up on what you were saying about creating open space areas versus some limited housing and trying to adapt the two of them in the same. I mean, I fully would support an interim zone, and personally, I think the county already has that in place in the MUA zoning that creates allows for some limited development within the agricultural areas. It's not a residential, but it allows for full agricultural uses, but some limited housing at the same time on lesser quality soils. And so if that's what your intent with this is, and absolutely fully support this option.
I think in my mind, it would be something I would support, at least, would be, yeah, you still totally have the option of the procedure that's in place if you have poor soil and you want to see if you can go through the lengthy and arduous process of trying to get that rezoned as something like you would still have the option, but then maybe there would be this other option as well that would, like maybe be easier or something where you could. Yeah, maybe there'd be cluster stuff, maybe there'd be a clustering option or something, but which details would remain to be seen, but definitely not in favor of taking something away from people, but more like adding an additional option.
I think that, if I may.
Yeah, please.
So I would say option C, which is the status quo. I texted this to Nicole, just that policy needs to remain in place because it provides the policy framework that allows property owners to apply for non-resource land amendments. And this planning commission a few years ago, we talked about the ability or the possibility of doing a legislative redesignation or rezoning for farmland. And long story short, we can't do that. And what I think option D is trying to get to, and I would offer wordsmithing, is to the extent that one still has to be able to demonstrate that they don't qualify for having agricultural soils and don't have agricultural lands. And what I think this policy framework is exploring is allowing for the possibility of a new zone that would take into consideration the high desert environment while allowing for economic development opportunities. The devil's in the details. We certainly, this plan is not in a position to flesh that out now, but that's what the spirit is trying to embrace. And what we've talked about, or what staff's introduced, just to kind of put this even into more detail, is we know that lands around the east side of Bend have successfully rezoned from EFU to rural residential exception areas, to MUA 10. There is a concern that if that land were to get developed into 10-acre lots, it would make it harder for the city to urbanize over time. But that's just one example. To the extent that we think about resiliency, the threat of wildfire, domestic wells, the groundwater dropping, the thought concept that we've been tinkering with is, if there was support for this type of policies with the work group and with the planning commission's input, could you develop a zone, again, with someone successfully demonstrating that they don't qualify for EFU, give them some certainty to where they would find themselves in their zone, in this new zone. There would be economic development opportunities besides housing. We know that there's land that's successfully converted to rural industrial zoning. And if it was housing, provide some clear and objective standards that allows for clustering, maybe with a density bonus, but gives you open space.
Just to clarify, this would be an option that the landowner would have. Like, you wouldn't, they could apply for this and do it
This
if they
would be
wanted
the
to.
way that we've thought about it, is you still have to go through the plan amendment zone change process, but we would, under this zoning, we would develop a zone and a comprehensive plan designation that would, in the future, would take those successful plan amendment zone changes, and they would no longer go into rural residential exception area. They would go into this new zone that gave them greater certainty for development that's not otherwise in existence today. So trying to find a win-win situation.
But just to his point, just to make sure I understand, are you going to put that land into a new zone, or would the landowner choose to apply for that new zone? Like, are you going to rezone their land without them wanting you to, or are you going to have them say, hey, you can do this if you want?
Details would be to be determined. What I would tell you, what we've thought about, and again, not to put the hand on the scale because we don't have this policy yet, is I think that the attractive part is for those that are successful with a non-resource lands amendment, they would go into the zone. They wouldn't have an opportunity to use the MUA 10 or the RR 10. Really, most properties are going into MUA 10.
Applicant initiated plan amendments.
Exactly.
The county doesn't have resources to go out and select properties for us to rezone. So these are
That's-
applicant, they're
thank
coming.
you.
to us. Exactly,
That's-
yeah.
Yeah, but they
So
would.
Matt, did you catch
They would
that?
go into this zone that would have just as many economic development opportunities that, say, the MUA 10 zone has, but would give them greater certainty if they wanted to do residential development. And in return, there might be standards in place that address resiliency that are not in place today.
So
Is that helpful? I mean, it's big, it's mom and apple pie, but I think there's a recognition today that the non-resource land amendments program may have unintended consequences that we're not fully grasping. And if we know that this is a trend that's going to continue over the next 20 years, is there a policy that just allows us, to Matt's point, explore it with the details to be determined?
Okay, thank you, and thank you, as well. Commissioner Williams, did you have something to add, or you had your hand up earlier? But
A lot more clarification here, and I would say eliminate options A and B and keep C and D.
I mean,
And the commission, of course, will get an official bite at the apple. I mean, this is,
yeah,
this is not at all trying to
it just says
pigeonhole this
explore.
policy at this point in time,
It's worth exploring.
yeah, a formal amendment process will allow you to even tinker with this more.
All right. Are we good? I think I generally did hear support for kind of retaining C and D with the clarifications that we talked about, and the emphasis on explore, and that this is a potential kind of improvement on some of what you have now to offer people. Yeah. Okay. That was kind of the main one that we had highlighted in that table, the agricultural resources table. So I'll just stop there and see if were there any other policies in that table that you all wanted to talk about or had any comments on before we kind of move to the next section.
You're good?
Yeah.
Oh,
Good. Okay.
Ron.
Are we going to go to goal 4, or where, how far are you fast forwarding to?
Yep. Well, I'm going to jump to the goal 4, which is, sort of, it's in the group 2 and it's, sorry. I'm going to go to table 4, forest land policies is where I would jump next, unless there's anything we want to talk about anything else we want to talk about in table 3 on agricultural resources.
Moving along.
Moving along. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing for a moment and then reshare just so I can, because I've got these in separate documents. So just give me 1 sec to do that. Okay, there we go.
We've just noticed there's a timer on the Zoom. There's a Zoom timer clock. Cool.
Oh, nice.
Very good.
All right. So, and I will say, we're like about a third of the way through for what it's worth, at least in terms of the number of policies we highlighted and kind of that we're headed into the second document here. So now we're into table 4. So we're kind of starting on page 126 of your packet. And again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to kind of head towards the things that we'd highlighted in here to focus on in this table, and then we'll see if there's anything else we want to talk about as well. So we did not highlight anything in particular that, again, we felt like was really a substantive change or something that was new that came out of the community input process. But is there anything any of you highlighted that you wanted to make sure we talked about in this table, in table 4?
Vice Chair Hopecamp has one.
A question for my colleagues, if there's any interest in this, or for staff or the consultant, right with the goal language right up at the top, 4.1. Protect and maintain forest lands 4, and then you've got a series there. Increasingly in regards to climate change, there's a lot of literature that's generated around the benefit of forests for carbon sequestration. It's a little bit of a fancy term, maybe for a county general plan, but the idea that forests can be sinks for carbon that's otherwise accumulated in the atmosphere is becoming one of the primary, if not the primary, reason for maintaining forests. And just speaking personally, I think Oregon should be a global leader in just kind of growing trees to sequester carbon. I'm just wondering if carbon sequestration could fit in that series, if my colleagues are interested.
I guess I would have a question as far as the by far the best carbon sequestration of a forest is when you actually cut it and turn it into timber or lumber that becomes a building for storage of that carbon. As a wildland firefighter, my personal observation is forests that are left unmanaged release one whale of a lot of carbon when they burn. So if the suggestion is to lock them up without managing them for timber use, harvest, then I would strongly object to that and think it goes in the wrong direction.
Other comments?
Response. The Matt and Nathan dynamic here, but actually I've read on that very point and lots of data that more cut lumber burns in structural fire in houses and releases more carbon. And that forests are effective sinks for carbon sequestration, but I imagine that there are studies that would refute that in terms of acreage and fire. But regardless, this is a goal about this goal is about reasons for protecting and maintaining forest lands, and regardless of how you quibble and think about their value in lumber versus standing trees, in this particular goal, it could be that carbon sequestration has a place, but I'm not going to fall on my sword.
I mean, I'll say that regardless of whether carbon sequestration is in there or not, the essence of the goal seems to be balance to some extent. I mean, it says forest product, so it's not saying we're not going to do anything with the forest to manage it or harvest anything. By including forest products, I think it makes it clear that there's, forest health, wildfire resilience. I know these are controversial issues, but to me, the goal seems to be about balance rather than about, hey, don't cut any more trees, protect them at all costs. I guess I don't have super strong feelings about carbon sequestration as a word being in there, but it's important to me to not just, clear cut forests because for everything listed in there, but anyways.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Crawford.
I have no problem putting in the carbon sequestration in there. I think we're talking about multiple uses here and objectives. And so we're talking about watershed protection, recreation. Why can't we just put carbon sequestration in there? It's just another piece. It's not just saying, okay, we're only going to have forest for carbon. It's not saying that we're only going to have forest for forest products. We're going to hopefully manage our forests to do all of these things to the best of our ability.
By that.
For healthy forests.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess as long as we've got the other uses and we don't start. My concern is when you start excluding the other things in favor of one, which kind of seem to be the current trend.
Okay.
All right.
Seems we've reached an agreement on this one. Let's move on.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Anything else on this particular table? I didn't have anything, or staff didn't have anything to highlight in this table, but is there anything else y'all wanted to talk about before we go to the next section, the next table?
Not seeing any.
Okay. So I will continue to scroll down. And we're now in the kind of the goal 5 or natural resources section. I think there's kind of multiple tables here that get at some of those issues. The first one, actually, I have in, I didn't have any highlighted in table 5. There's a limited number of policies in there. Maybe we'll just go to this one in 6. And if people have any comments on table 5, we can always bounce back. So this is the water resources policies. This is a new policy based on phase 2 outreach results. And one of the things we talked about after the first phase of outreach and then continue to talk about in this phase was just the impacts of destination resorts on water quality and availability. So there's a potential new policy here that says, this is 6.1.3, consider potential impacts on water quality and availability in surrounding areas as part of the destination resort siting, planning, and approval process. That's not something that's particularly addressed in your current policies related to destination resorts. So put that out there for your comments or consideration.
Mr. Cyrus?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused as to why this would go in this section. because it's specific to destination resorts and should be more general with discussing any type of activity. Anything specific to destination resorts, I think should go in the destination resorts section.
Yeah, and we certainly could put it in the destination resort section. So I would say, we're still, maybe that's a point we're sort of bringing up, is that we're still using your kind of existing structure, just because that's where we started in terms of where we, for the most part, put policies. But this could easily move into that section. If you all like this policy, it doesn't have to be right here. It's here now because it's the water resources section and it's kind of related to both things. But you're right, it's also specific to destination resorts, and we could easily kind of move it over there if that's where we think it's more appropriate to be.
I guess if you were going to leave it in here, then you're under 6.13, you would have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, et cetera, for all different activities that could use water. Because you could insert any number of uses in exchange for the word destination resort.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I'll just say,
I just think it's out of place.
Yeah. So again, we can certainly move it. The reason that there is a policy here that relates to destination resorts is because that's a topic that came up repeatedly during the community outreach process. And when it came up, there was a lot of concern around the impact of those types of developments on water quality and availability. So I think no problem to move it. Just kind of reiterating kind of why it's in the plan at all. Again, we can easily move it, but I guess I'd like to know, do you think this is a worthwhile policy to incorporate?
Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I definitely think it is. But maybe for this section, there are times when federal, state, county does sell forest lands, things like that, they're not finding value in because it's maybe a sequestered piece of forest land and does not provide cohesive flow. So it might be something more of as part of a new development being established in a rural area.
Okay. Other comments?
Maybe briefly. Matt, totally agree with you on sort of the notion of avoiding unnecessary redundancy. And maybe that it makes sense. And since we do have a section on destination resort, however, allow me please to respectfully say that, when if folks are in the community are really focused on water issues. I mean, in conversations around water, it's been destination resorts that have been front and center. And I don't, I agree with you logically, but maybe this is some useful redundancy, or maybe call it cross-referencing. So I would be in favor of having this in this section on water for that reason.
I think if we change it to what Commissioner Williams suggested, to include new developments more generally, then it doesn't seem like it should be in the destination resort section, because it would, if it's applying to new developments more generally, then it would need to be in the more general area, not just the specific.
Yeah, I would tend to agree that, that's my only point is if it says something along the lines that consider impacts, for new development, period. Be it commercial, residential, cluster, or whatever. Quite frankly, the data with regard to resorts, I know they're the whipping boy with regard to water, but having actually run the analysis, a destination resort per acre uses less water than a pasture. But I'm just saying that granted, those are all getting in the weeds. I just think under water policy, it should be general.
Right. Yeah, it is, yeah. We can move on. I don't have anything else I need to say unless anyone else does. Okay.
All right.
Great. Good job, everyone. We're doing
All right.
this. Everyone's doing really well. There's lots of really good ideas coming up, and people are being really polite and civil. So it's awesome.
All
Sorry.
right. Oh, no, it's excellent.
Yeah, everyone's
So-
doing really good. Keep it up.
I am now down to, let's see, this is page 137 in your packet. We're still in the water resources section. We had a policy in here that came out of some planning documents, kind of reflected or implemented some policy language in some water resource planning documents prepared by OWRD. And I believe that based on consultation with those folks, they said, well, you know, this policy really was intended to target some specific work by a committee rather than be something that gets carried forward by the county or other agencies. And so this was just a suggestion to take this policy out that I believe came from meetings with them or coordination with them. And I hope I get that right. Nicole, I think you probably explain that better than me. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. Yeah. So just to add, so there's a little bit of redundancy with policy 6.1.1B. So unfortunately, it looks like we missed some of the underline, the new language in that policy. But essentially it's participate in statewide and regional water planning. And then it calls out those specific studies that were done, which is what we heard from irrigation districts and several water related groups that they prefer we refer directly to those plans. The M&E committee, again, was kind of, it's an older committee tied to a land use decision. So we just found that we could achieve some of the goals of some of that new language in the policy in that separate area, and then just get rid of this one again, because the M&E program is kind of covered under a land use decision.
Much better explanation than the one I gave. Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, so some of that language I think you do see up there in 6.1.1. I just kind of put that one up there on the screen, and you see some of the references to the same organizations there. So yeah, mostly eliminating redundancy. But since we were deleting it, I wanted to highlight it. Make sense? Sound okay on that one? Sorry about the convoluted explanation on my part. Okay, so kind of continuing on down.
Matt.
Yes.
Matt,
Yep.
sorry, but you went past just a couple of highlighted ones, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
that I'd like,
sure.
they're pretty quick.
Yeah.
6.2.1, which is on your page 11 in this group, on our packet, page 134, I think.
Okay, 6.2.1, did you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
See if that's where I had that.
Support efficient water use, et cetera, that one. It's got all the A's, A through F.
Yeah, is it in there? Wait a minute.
Which page in the packet is it, did you say?
Yeah, still trying to find it here, sorry.
133?
I had it as 134. Maybe I'm.
Yeah, there it is, 134. Yeah, sorry, 134. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's the one I've got on the screen now, I think.
Support target. Short development. Yeah, what point? Let's see, that is. Okay, yeah, they're under C. Encourage and educate the community about thinning or reduction of plant species, for instance, juniper, that adversely impact forest health, water availability, and soil quality. Might not be a popular opinion here on people that don't like juniper, but that science is unsettled science. And it's a native species, despite what people see as encroachment, historical encroachment. It's not an invasive. It's a native species, regardless of how you feel personally about juniper trees. So, and I've seen the thing about water pipes and how much water that they supposedly remove from the soil and all that. But, and consistent with some of our other comments, if we want to generalize here, simply saying something along the lines of encouraging and educating the community about thinning and reduction of plant species and eliminate the parenthetical that adversely impact forest health, water availability, and soil quality, probably gets at that sentiment. Although, I mean, all plant species impact water. They withdraw water from the soil. That's what it means to be a plant. But I don't, that's quibbling and you do have adversely there. So maybe it's excessive withdrawal of water. But, and again, I might not get any support on that. I just think calling out juniper is relying on a contentious area that is far from settled science.
Would anyone else like to comment?
I would. I would agree to disagree with that position. I don't know how many studies by Oregon State University are considered unsettled science. And, maybe Oregon's Land Grant University has no idea what they're talking about with their studies. But they've indicated that the junipers in Central Oregon have expanded immensely over the last 100 to 150 years. And in fact, are currently absorbing over 40 billion gallons a year in water that could otherwise be going into the aquifers for recharge. So I would like to leave that language there. I know legislature has just taken up language to create a state fund for juniper eradication based on what they considered settled science. And granted, there are certainly people that disagree. It is absolutely a native species, but it certainly has overgrown what it had historically been. And I believe strongly is certainly affecting the drought and our water tables in Central Oregon and should be addressed in our planning.
So I'll go next. Not weighing in on juniper versus no juniper, but including it as an example seems oddly specific for a document that's otherwise very general. So I would vote for keeping the general policy in there about educating the community about the data that are available on various different plant species, which obviously would include juniper, but without the actual mention of juniper, only just for the fact that it just seems like very specific.
Yeah, and we all kind of read the science that interests us. So we are naturally inclined toward a bias sample. So Matt, I'm sure there's a lot of science. I know there is that supports your contention. Juniper is a native tree. Juniper woodland is a native ecotype in the Central Oregon desert. And there's an entire ecosystem of organisms that depend upon juniper woodland. So overemphasizing eradication, using words like eradication of juniper, and the evidence from historical photography is over the past couple hundred years maximum. So when you're looking at prehistorical conditions, maybe even pre-Columbian conditions, I think it's safe to say it's a contentious area and that it is unsettled. And I agree with the chair's comment that it's a little bit oddly specific to single out that particular species.
I think in my mind, if we're educating the community about thinning and reduction of anything, we probably should include. So I know we need to keep this moving, but in terms of science doesn't say things. Science is a system where data are collected and they either support or don't support a particular hypothesis. And then more data are collected, which then the hypothesis is revised at that point to fit the existing data. So really, ideally, and maybe I'm being overly idealistic, if we're educating people about things, it would be like, hey, here are some studies that say that thinning juniper, probably a pretty good idea. Here's some studies that say it's not a good idea. You decide, are you going to cut down that juniper tree in your front yard or not? In my mind, that's what would be a proper science education, rather than saying the science says you should cut down junipers or the science says you shouldn't cut down junipers. Just tell people the data, give people the information, and they may weigh how many junipers they want to cut on their land or whatnot. Yeah, but Commissioner Williams had her hand up first, then we'll go to you.
So I'm not going to necessarily weigh in as well, but if we do have juniper in there, why don't we also put ornamental lawns in there? Because that is something that is a big absorber of water. I do know that we don't manage juniper like the indigenous people did. The Native Americans would regularly burn so that it did not get out of control. So I do think it odd to just have one individual, and when you go through the rest of all of our policy, we don't have these specifics, but when we are educating the community, put information in front of them.
Yep, and as to that specific point there, sort of internal consistency, if you scroll forward just a little bit to policy 6.3.2, which is on our page 135 and carries over onto the next page, I think. There's a point there, H. Yep, you're with me. Thanks, Matt. Which I would suggest we stay consistent with that language. It says develop comprehensive riparian management or mitigation practices that enhance ecosystems such as criteria for removal of vegetation that adversely impacts water availability and soil health. So there's appropriate wording right there that doesn't, single out a particular species, and maybe some consistency internally with that wording. Just a suggestion.
Okay, and Commissioner Cyrus, you had a comment as well.
Certainly. I would agree with Commissioner Williams. In fact, it says encourage and educate the community about and I like the language relative impacts, because that can be pro or con, and let the people decide for themselves. But I do like the idea of specifically listing juniper, because it's one of the biggest impacts on water. But I would tend to agree with Commissioner Williams that maybe you add where it says juniper, comma, ornamental lawns, comma, et cetera, into those, because quite frankly, but I mean, my thought is that lawns actually have a huge impact on restricting the flow to the tree roots and the forest health in areas, because people tend to water. The lawns actually create a barrier that kill the trees in a lot of cases. So those type of educational things, I think, would be great for people.
Okay. So a time check situation as my duty as chair. One thing, I do have to use the restroom, so even we can take a break or I can just step out. And okay, so there's two people, so we'll take a break. And then also maybe just some I don't want to spend 10 minutes talking about it, but some very quick feedback from the commission about how late are we going tonight? I know we generally try to shoot for 8:30, but I also know that we have this project to do. So wow, geez, I can't even imagine.
I appreciate the time check and the opportunity to comment. If it's any consolation to my poor colleagues, I have a lot less observations in regards to the group 3 policies, just speaking for myself personally. I don't know if that's true for everybody else, but the group 3 I looked at just as carefully as the other ones, and I have zero comments.
Let me just ask you guys, do we actually have to finish this tonight? Is that we do actually have to complete it this evening? I can't quite remember what we had
Yeah,
said.
good question, commissioners. I would say it's staff preference that if you could get through it tonight, that would be helpful of us moving forward with compiling the entire document and staying on schedule to come to you in July with the entire kind of more finalized goals, policies, and the narrative. But again, it's at the pleasure of the commission. If you want more time to discuss these, staff can adjust accordingly.
Okay. Well, I'm really enjoying the discussion a lot, but maybe we should say that we stop, we try to fit the rest of our discussion in between now and let's just say 8:45 at the latest, and then we'll have time to wrap up with the rest of our agenda and be out of here by 9. Does that sound acceptable to everyone, or should we change that timeline at all?
My bedtime is actually 9 o'clock.
Yeah, same
with 9.
Same. So I'm going to just quickly run to the restroom, but let's not have it be like a long break. Let's just do a quick, super quick one.
Thanks for clarifying those remarks.
Yeah.
How you doing, Ben?
Okay, guys.
Looks pretty relaxed back there.
And I'm sorry for the temperature in this room. It is
It's I turned it all the way down.
It's hotter than the hinges in here.
It's toasty.
And I,
You know, Commissioner Crawford, if you wanted to stay involved, we are looking for, you know, an AV.
You're willing. I have a very, very small one, like basically a comma on stuff that we're still.
So let's go ahead and resume then, because Commissioner Crawford did say to go ahead and start without him, and Vice Chair Hovkamp does have a short one to do, so let's just do that one.
Matt, you got your ears on?
Yes. Yes.
Yep, there you are. Thank you, sir.
Just unmuted. Thank you.
It's 6.2.4. It's on your page 12 in this group, or our packet on page 135 of 211.
Okay.
But this is such a picky one. Well, I don't know. It's not. I might as well have this be. Okay, there it is.
Yes.
Support conservation efforts, that one.
Yes.
And then you go down to including programs to provide incentives for water conservation, including piping of canals. I think you want that second including to be such as, because those are those programs that you're alluding to there, not another including. You know what I mean?
Got it. Yes.
And that's all I got in that policy.
Okay. And I was just going to note that I did not highlight, or we did not highlight any other ones in this table 6. So my next one that I would note for you would be in table 7, I think. So is there anything else that anybody had in table 6 before we move on to table 7? No?
Not seeing any.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'm scrolling along. And I'll tell you in a moment kind of where we are in the packet. We're a little ways down into this particular table. So this would be Give me one sec. Page 144 in your packet. This is policy 7.1.5. And I think there wasn't a lot of change to this one. I think in the earlier version, we might have, I can't remember which verbs we had in here, but now what it says, and this is around clustering of development in inventoried wildlife areas, what we now say is require, comma, incentivize, comma, or encourage clustering of development. So we really just kind of tried to identify the gamut of things that the county could do here around this strategy. So I think that was the change, was in the verbs we listed there. So that's what it says now.
Correct. And I have the previous version pulled up, and previously we only had require. So based on PC input, we added incentivize or encourage as well.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. That seem reasonable to folks? Okay. All right, I will keep going. And I'll say in this batch, this group, I think there's 4 or 5 more, and a couple of them are places where we have some options. So the next one is in table 8. I didn't highlight any other ones in table 7. But
You've got under the goal language in 7.3, though, just one that might be important, actually, because it's a specific term. There it is. Comply with federal and state regulations related to threatened, endangered, and protected species. It's very, very difficult when you wade into these terms, both in federal and state, but I think threatened and endangered are protected. So it might, I think, I could be wrong here, maybe you or staff know, it should be threatened, endangered, and sensitive species is the non-covered one there, I think, Matt, but I might be wrong.
Okay.
Protected status is threatened and endangered. Sensitive
Right.
is not included in that.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I think you're right. I'm just going to note that and say, staff will check on that and clarify and make sure it's accurate. Does
Fair
that
enough. Thank you.
sound okay? Okay. Anything else in table 7 before I jump to that one in 8? Okay, cool. Okay, so table 8, we've got a couple of options on this one based on some of the conversation we had last time. So as kind of previously written, it said coordinate with property owners to protect open spaces, scenic views, and scenic areas and corridors. That's still kind of option A says that. Option B says coordinate. It's kind of all the same language, but it says through incentive programs. So it's kind of adding that language at the end. But it's sort of specifically talking about through incentive programs. And it's again, talking about coordinating with property owners to do these things. So question there is, do we want to add that language that's in option B?
Commissioner Cyrus.
Yeah, I personally prefer the option B. I'm kind of prefer the carrot over the stick approach.
Commissioner Hopecamp.
I like option A. Or if we want to accommodate both of the dueling commissioners here, maybe a compromise that is that ends with the wording there, say that's the stem of both of them, say option A there, scenic areas and corridors through a combination of incentives and regulations. But I'm hesitant to load up too many locations in the comp plan here with incentive. But I'm okay with including it as long as we have carrot and stick. I don't know, that's not a good way to put it. Just a thought.
I mean, since we're keeping this general, it could say and or.
And possibly education.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Commissioner Cyrus, were you going to add anything?
Yeah, like I say, I personally object to adding more regulations, more restrictions, more risk to the county for Measure 49 issues and litigation and everything else through regulations that are added. I mean, ever since Measure 49 was adopted, every time you add a regulation, you create risk to the county for Measure 49 claims against the county. I think everything can be accomplished through incentive programs if they're properly done. And quite frankly, landowners should not be compelled to create those type of things for the public good without the public compensation, which is what Measure 49 is.
Okay. I think we can move on from there.
So have we picked an option?
I mean, I don't think we picked an option, but I think we've given some good feedback on options.
And I did add another.
Want to weigh in at all?
I guess the only thing I would say is in option A, I really don't see where coordinate mandates that you do something.
Good point.
Work with people, maybe educate them, try to get them to come, but I don't see where there's going to be any penalties assigned, but I might be reading that wrong. I kind of like the way we have put option C together. I like incentives. I think they're valuable. And the only thing I don't like about C is regulations.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be fine with C if we took out the word regulation, because I think, quite frankly, a lot of people would do it without the incentives if they were just educated and did it on their own volition.
That is a really good point.
I feel right now, our county code does have quite a bit of meat written into it for what property owners are allowed to do, not allowed to do. And regulations might be just one more layer that is something that goes and gets created, but that's already kind of on the books.
Yeah, I mean, there are
Good
quite a
point.
few regulations at the county, state, and federal level already. We'll have to abide by.
Yeah, and also we sometimes have enforcement issues too. So it's sort of like maybe incentives and or education is going to get you, like if your goal is to, take care of those spaces and protect them, then maybe you get more out of.
More flies with honey.
Yeah, well, yeah, and if you're not going to have the resources to enforce it, then I mean, what's the, you don't get much out of a regulation other than just having a regulation. Anyway, okay. Anything else before we move on?
Nope, but a related comment, but it does take us one step forward, just to the very next one. Is that okay? Sure.
Yeah. Oh, yes, please. Yeah.
So on the it's 8.1.1.
Yep.
Work with stakeholders to create and maintain a system of connected open spaces. Oh, you've got, let's see, some corrected there. Okay. The options there, I like option A. I think in option B, while you're specifically calling out private property rights, if you want to do that, then you might say something like, while recognizing the balance of private property rights and broad community benefits. If you want to have a balanced statement there, or just go with option A and simply don't call out private property rights.
Commissioner Cyrus.
I actually like option B as the sideboard to, I mean, I'm all for open spaces and all that, but I do think we need to recognize property rights, especially, like I say, in light of Measure 49, which specifically provides compensation and or a waiver of the rule, which, unless this just calls out that you're thinking about it ahead of time, when you're looking at putting new restrictions on.
Yeah, my understanding, Matt, you're the expert here, but Measure 49 is a modification of Measure 37. There are specific conditions under which you can ask for relief. It's not as broad as like Measure 37, so it wouldn't apply broadly to incursions on property rights.
Actually, I belong to an organization that actually wrote 37 and worked with the redraft of 49. And it's my understanding that while 37 was retroactive and went back and gave you the rights that you had when you purchased the property, 49 was much more restrictive in the look back, but was fully enforced for anything that was added subsequent to the law. So basically, any additional rules that are put in place, Measure 37 would have taken away anything that applied at the time of purchase, or was subsequent to the time of purchase, where Measure 49 applies to anything we add from the date of Measure from now on, or from when it was adopted. Hence the Measure 56 notification to all the landowners that you may benefit from a Measure 49 claim if a rule goes into effect.
Okay, and I'll defer to your expertise.
And I'm going to say, like, we should actually have this discussion at length at some point. Just since Measure 49 comes up a lot, but let's not do it right now because we got to move on. But
That might be something to have council come in and
maybe even during the
hour-long discussion of planning commission on how it all works.
I'd be interested in that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Let's keep it going then.
Okay. All right. So I am now into table 9, which is the energy policies. I didn't highlight anything else in table 8. I don't know if I highlighted anything. I didn't highlight anything in 9 either. So maybe I'll just make sure. Did any of you all highlight anything you wanted to talk about in table 9, energy policies? Okay. And then the next table is environmental quality. Don't know if we have anything highlighted here either. Oh, yes, we do. So at the end of this table on environmental quality policies, excuse me, and this does include policies related to solid waste management. So there's several policies in here that are either based on the discussion we had with you or based on what we heard in the last round of outreach. And then there's one that we just essentially moved from another section because we thought it made more sense in this section. So I'm going to talk about these 3 that are highlighted in green. So the first one, implement best practices in solid waste management throughout the county. That was something that you all recommended in the last round of discussion on this section. The second one says develop and implement a climate action plan to address potential future impacts of climate change on Deschutes County. That was something we asked about explicitly in the online survey that we did, and there was a fair bit of support for that. A majority of people who responded supported that idea. And then the third one sort of came over from the natural hazard section, but we thought it made more sense here. And it says promote and incentivize green infrastructure in new development to improve stormwater management. So that's just basically talking about kind of more natural resource based approaches to managing stormwater as opposed to piping it. So that one I think was actually already in the document, but we moved it. So any comments on any of those 3?
Commissioner Williams.
You have 2 number 10.2.4s.
Oh, yes, we do. Thank you. I will just make a note to fix the numbering. And I'll also just note that when you see all of these in the comprehensive plan chapters, they're all going to have different numbers. So that I'm going to note it now, but also just say that the numbering is still sort of like a work in progress or a placeholder, and it's all going to get changed when we start moving things around in a little more detail.
I don't have anything on this one. Do you guys have any? Okay, we can move on.
Good to go. All right. I don't know that we highlighted anything in tables 11 or 12. Table 11 was surface mining. Table 12 is cultural and historic resources. So maybe I'll just pause and actually I'll see if we have anything in 13.
Matt, I've got one quick one for you in 12, the very last one.
Okay.
That you do have.
Great. Let me go back to that. I just was scrolling through 13.
Yeah, it's the last policy under 12, goal 12.
All right. Got it.
There it is. Well, yes. I know what SHPO is, but I don't know that you've defined that earlier in the
Yeah.
document. Okay, that's all.
I'm gonna just put a note to define SHPO. And yeah, I'd say in general, we'll want to make sure when we are preparing the full document that anytime we use an acronym, the first time we use it, we define it. And then after that, we can use it. We'll probably also have a glossary for the comprehensive plan that defines terms like that. That's sort of a typical thing that we do, or a best practice. So I personally think it's a good idea if somebody's not like finding the first place you mentioned it, they can go to the glossary and find things like that. So yeah.
Thanks.
All right. And I don't think we had identified, I'm just going to very quickly scroll to the end of this next section table. Yeah. So we did not highlight anything in table 13. So I'll just pause and see if you all had highlighted anything you wanted us to chat about in that table.
Not seeing any.
And that one, I think, when we talked about it, the last round of discussion, it looked mostly pretty good to people where there wasn't a ton of discussion about it. So, okay, so I'm going to stop sharing that one and go to group 3. Just give me one sec. It's going to make it easier for myself to see what I have open by closing a couple of things. Okay. Oops. Okay. So this is group 3. First table is on housing policies, and this is page, scroll through the packet real quick. Quite a bit of scrolling. Okay, so this is going to be on page 168 of the packet. And so the first one we highlighted here was 3.1.2. And really primarily what we did here was just try to simplify the language and sort of focus on health and safety issues rather than listing a whole bunch of specific topics. So that was the change here. The current language says continue to update the county zoning ordinance and work with partnering organizations to address health and safety issues associated with housing.
Comments? Okay, we can move on.
Good. All right. Kind of scrolling down to the next page in the packet. This one came from some of the discussion we had with you all last time, and trying to look and see. Okay, so there's a couple of alternative versions of this policy. The first one says allow housing development and supporting services such as et cetera, and the optional sort of alternative language says reduce barriers to housing development and supporting services. So it's allow versus reduce barriers to. Those are kind of the options here based on some of the discussion we had with y'all last time. I think there are a couple of different thoughts on how to frame this one. So any thoughts on those two alternatives or options?
I like reduce barriers.
Same. Yep. It looks like we're all in agreement on that.
Awesome. Okay, I'm just going to okay. So scrolling down to the next page, this is 3.2.1. I think the main thing we did here was we removed B because we had another policy below that really kind of talked about that already. And we just reworded it to remove the sub bullet. So we kind of put A up into the policy and took out B. So, but I think we have some similar language in another policy around that. So not a super substantive change on this one, more just sort of the way we structured it.
I would just throw commas on either side of as needed.
Got it. Okay.
Anything else? Okay, so we can move on as soon as the commas are in place.
Yes, thank you. Hold on, and give me 1 sec because I just want to start my tracking changes, which I hadn't done yet in here. Okay, moving on, and I'll also say, at the risk of being wrong, I don't think we highlighted as many in this section as the last one, but we will see. Okay, so those are all the ones we had highlighted in that table, in that first table. So was there anything else any of you all flagged or highlighted to chat about in that table?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, so next table is table 2, jobs and economy policies. Know that we highlighted any in this particular table. There's a lot of them. We did just note in a few places where we sort of said in the previous version, oh, we're not sure if this needs to be a policy if it's already in code. And we did sort of note in a number of places that we do think it needs to remain in policy because it's not necessarily addressed in the code. So no, we didn't highlight anything in that particular table, the jobs and economy to talk to you about that was a more substantive change. So anybody have anything on that one?
Okay, looks like we can move on that.
Okay, next table, public facilities and services. So we have one here that's like at the end of this table. So this is pretty far along in the packet. Just want to find where it is. Sorry.
Would you say resources instead of provide resources with? Oh, I get it. It just read
kind of weird. Yeah, so this one, we added a goal and one policy underneath it based on, some of what we heard from community feedback. So it may or may not be the best place for this policy. We kind of recognize that, but we put it here as at least a placeholder until we find a better spot for it. So there's one goal and one policy, and the goal is serve as a conduit for countywide resources, and the policy is provide resources to connect community members with a variety of housing and health related issues in Deschutes County. So it's basically saying, hey, the county can help match people up with information and resources related to these issues. So any thoughts? Does that make sense? Do you like inclusion of those? Knowing we might move it to another part of the plan at some point.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's okay with me. Right?
Okay. All right. We are cruising through this one. So table 4, recreation and tourism policies. So we get down here to 3.8.8. We've got some alternative policy language under this one. So the current policy language says, coordinate trail design and funding with transportation system plans and support efforts to provide and manage rural trail segments and bicycle routes. That's the current language. We suggested some potentially stronger language for discussion, and it says not just coordinate, but establish trail design standards and identify specific funding sources for them as part of future transportation system planning efforts to ensure development of identified priority rural trail segments and bicycle routes. So it's basically strengthening the language to say you're not just going to kind of coordinate this, but you're going to actually establish the standards and look for money to fund high priority trail segments in rural areas.
Commissioner Williams?
I like the alternate. I feel that trails should have a standard so that minimal damage is being impacted upon the forest and wildlands.
Other comments?
Agree with Commissioner Williams.
Agreed.
Okay. Awesome. All right. I'm going to keep going. Next section is on destination resort policies. And we did add, I think, a couple in here. So down, this is under goal 4 associated with this table. There's 2 new policies here that were based on, again, this topic of conversation coming up a lot during our outreach activities, and asking people, do they support some of this kind of these kind of policies, and seeing relatively strong support, or a majority of people saying yes, they think this is a good idea. So I will just read these 3.93 and 3.94. First one, create and implement additional limitations on the siting and development of destination resorts that go beyond current state regulations to ensure protection of water quality, recreational resources, and other county resources and values. And then 3.94, ensure that destination resort developments support and implement strategies to provide workers with affordable housing options within or in close proximity to the resorts. So those were a couple of specific issues that we heard come up, among folks in really both phases of outreach, but that we asked people about as well more directly. So comments or thoughts on those. And I will say, I don't think there's too many more that I highlighted in here to get to. So you may spend some time on this, and we're like at 8:36. So we're getting close.
All right. Commissioner Cyrus?
First of all, I don't see an issue with 3.94. I think it makes perfect sense to encourage workforce housing, especially in those instances. However, 0.3, I would have an issue with because of the Measure 49 implications and increased costs and legal issues with the county when you start imposing additional restrictions. And while I understand the concerns, I mean, like I say, we can address it another time, but I can provide absolute proof that destination resorts use less water than an irrigated field. So while the concerns about water consumption are certainly a concern, in general, destination resorts are not the problem. So I would oppose that addition.
Just a thought on that. We did have on our water resource panel, we definitely heard from our experts that indeed farming does use a lot more water than destination resorts, golf courses, any type of domestic use. So just corroborating what you're saying. I'm not corroborating, but the expert was corroborating that. That being said, a lot of times it seems like destination resorts, well, I shouldn't say a lot of times, but the one that's currently generating a lot of public involvement, I don't think that's currently being irrigated, correct? I mean, we're not turning irrigated land into a destination resort, we're turning non-irrigated land into a destination resort.
But I guess I'm just saying that I'm adding another limitation on that specific to water usage. The resort you're talking about actually is going to be taking out enough juniper trees to more than mitigate its water consumption. So in fact, it'll have a net positive as far as water with the junipers being removed. But so anyhow, I
actually appreciate the nuance and logic, and I want to stay here and talk about it all night. And I apologize, I took us off track.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Crawford.
So I've been sitting here trying to listen and mediate over all these comments. The thing I would say about destination resorts, they're taking water out of the ground, whereas most of the irrigated pastures in this area and other crops are using surface water. So I'm not sure that you're comparing apples and apples. I think you're comparing apples and oranges or whatever other description you want to use. So I think we've got to be careful on what we're saying and how we're applying it to these particular plans. So I think it's important to me that we understand where the water is coming from and going.
That's a really good point. Okay, Commissioner Williams.
I understand Commissioner Cyrus' comments about Measure 49, things like that. I also feel that the majority of Deschutes County residents are pretty fed up with new resorts, and this policy was based on public input. So in that respect, I'm fine with it.
Mr. Cyrus, anything to add?
One minor thought. I agree with Commissioner Crawford in that the majority of agriculture is from local stream flows, the Deschutes, Whiteshoes Creek, and a number of others. But there is a significant amount of agriculture that actually is from groundwater sources in Deschutes County. A big chunk of Lower Bridge, for example, a lot of the Cloverdale community, based on the fact that irrigation district has short water years. So there is a significant amount of groundwater for irrigation for agriculture.
So just focusing on us on this policy specifically, so we're saying in here that we would be requiring things additionally beyond state regulations, and Commissioner Williams is pointing out that the only reason why this is even in here is just because of the amount of community input, and there's this huge community input process, like huge. So it would be weird to ignore that. So something should be in there about this.
Yeah, and again, I'll note that, this came up in the first round of outreach. And so we drafted policy language that basically looks like this and asked people, do you support this? A majority of people that weighed in on it said, yes, I support this. So I'm just kind of putting that out there to reiterate that, yes, this came from community input. And at least in the last round that we had, most people who weighed in supported it. So,
what it seems like this is saying, and you guys can verify if this is true, but like what it seems like it's saying is that the residents are fed up or frustrated or concerned maybe about water quality, recreational resources, and other county resources, and they don't feel the state regulations are enough to protect those resources the way that the state regulations are right now. Like we can still have destination resorts for, however long and however many more. It gets into the issues about carrying capacity. Like it seems like a lot of times the state land use system is pretty restrictive. So there's like always like this stop point on the slippery slope. Like you can't really make the argument of death by 1,000 cuts or slippery slope because like you always run into the state land use system, but this seems to be in some ways an exception to that, like that can just keep making destination resorts. So I think people are picking up on that and kind of going, hey, you got to put something in place to have some sort of stop thing at some point. Other comments? Okay, I guess we should move on.
I think that may have been the
40
last.
now, so
Yeah, and I
time's
think
up.
that may have been the last one that I highlighted,
Okay,
or that staff
another
highlighted.
good one.
I'm just looking to make sure that's the case. Yeah, that was pretty much the last one that we had highlighted. A lot of these other ones in this group are related to specific areas that we had not recommended kind of revisiting as part of this process. So I don't have any other ones to highlight for y'all. But I'd ask if you had any. We got 2 minutes left, but were there or I guess now one. Anything else anybody there flagged or noted to talk about? The rest of the table.
Okay. I'm not seeing any.
All right, well, you did it. At least through the ones we highlighted. So,
Yay.
nice work.
All right, great. So in that case, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is going to be Planning Commission and staff comments. So let's do staff comments. We'll give Nicole a break. I don't know if you have any additional ones, but Peter, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Planning Commission. Just very two points that I want to highlight. Your next meeting is July 13th. There is a rural ADU work session to talk about some the amendments that came out of Senate Bill 644, and then there'll be a Planning Commission training, and so we can certainly incorporate. Stephanie Marshall will be in attendance, and we can have her provide some greater context on measures 49 and 56. Just want to take a moment, as we had a wonderful dinner to celebrate Commissioner Crawford. Commissioner Kirby could not be here. Her priorities shifted once she became what I am interpreting as a mother of a young child and someone who's also fully employed, and her work takes her across the state and even out of the region. So while she's not here, I want to commend Commissioner Kirby and certainly Commissioner Crawford for their 8 years of service. Staff, as duly noted, wearing Hawaiian shirts, you find you establish a professional relationship with our colleagues, and the longer you're here, those relationships get stronger and maybe a little bit more eccentric or imperfect. But I just want to take a moment to highlight. I made a list of the projects that came before the Planning Commission over the last 8 years. I'm not going to read all of them. There were a lot of them, but I just wanted to highlight the top 2 or 3 over the course of the last 8 calendar years. And we don't have any of our planning commissioner elects here, but if they're here for 2 terms, they're going to have a similar list, as will all of you, as you're building that. I'll call it a resume, but just bear with me, because it's been quite a journey, Commissioner. In 2015, right out of the gate, you reviewed a Goal 11 exception for South County, a Riley Ranch Nature Preserve, and we began the conversation about marijuana regulations. In 2016, the Planning Division, with the Commission's support, engaged in a very robust agricultural lands discussion. We went all over the county, to Brothers, to Alfalfa, and created a summary report about what the community's perspectives were on agricultural lands. One of the biggest projects that year is the Planning Commission reviewed and made recommendations on the City of Bend's legislative urban growth boundary amendment, which brought in ultimately 2,300 acres. In 2017, this was probably not one of the more expedited amendments. Nicole, you were involved in these at one point. Was the floodplain amendments to? Remember, we tried to amend the floodplain base zone comprehensively. Ended up doing it in discrete components, but that was a multi-year set of amendments, and the Planning Commission tolerated, and we were very patient with our navigation through that topic. In 2018, there was a water panel. We started the conversation about non-resource lands amendments, which was also a very controversial topic. We had open houses and across the county, and robust public hearings that brought the community out, and the Planning Commission received those respective perspectives. 2019, one topic that was very important to Commissioner Crawford in his own backyard was the US 97 Terrebonne Refinement Plan and TSP amendment. The hearings the initial hearings took place in the Terrebonne Elementary School. Daycare amendments, we did a housing strategy report. 2021, there was the West Side Transact amendments, and there was a hemp land use planning panel. I think we had Commissioner Cyrus was there giving giving us his perspectives on that emerging opportunity. Last year, the two that just stood out to me were psilocybin amendments and rural ADUs. And then, of course, as we wrap up the first half of this calendar year, there was the destination resort amendments, the wildlife inventory amendments, and of course, what just completed was the comprehensive plan update discussion. So I think there are times in the moment where the planning commission may feel like, I don't know if I'm providing much utility. You make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. You provide direction to staff in our work plan. But for us, and I hope this brief recap leaves you with a real appreciation. You and this commission, but you specifically, as we celebrate your 8 years, you really did make a difference, and we're grateful for your contributions, and we'll miss your presence and your wardrobe, which we celebrated today. But just want to honor your volunteer on the commission, and it's been a real pleasure to have worked with you over the last 8 years. So, Madam Chair, those are my remarks.
Thank you. Nicole, would you like to say anything?
Just appreciation for all commissioners this evening for your work on the comprehensive plan policy review. And of course, Commissioner Crawford, it's hard for me not to get teary-eyed. You welcomed me when I first started here in long range in 2017. Then you welcomed me back when I returned to the county. So you're definitely a staple for me, and I'll very much miss you. That's it for me.
Commissioner Cyrus?
I'd just like to second the thank you for all of your years of service, and good luck with where life takes you.
Williams?
So just real quick, Nicole, you've been doing a great job with the comprehensive plan. I meant to tell you that the last time you were presented before us, you put in a lot of hard work, and it is amazing. And you are also a great public speaker. You have the confidence to orate in front of a lot of people, and I find that very nice, very commendable. And Dale, it has been a pleasure. I've learned a lot about the Planning Commission and the planning process, and I've really enjoyed my time with you. I wish it could have been longer.
Yeah, just second that. Really great job on the comprehensive plan, and to Matt too tonight. Just you guys really set that up nicely with the highlighted sections, and the heads up last time was really helpful too. And good job to everyone with the discussion. I just really thought it went well. So Dale, I'm really going to miss you. I don't know what I'm going to do without you. For people that don't know, so Dale was the chair when I started being on the Planning Commission, and I was immediately just really impressed with your gravitas, and yeah, I've just learned a lot from listening to the comments that you've made. And I think one thing that really stands out is that whenever you make a comment, we all have our opinions, but it always seems like your comments are grounded in a sense of what's best for the county as a whole from your lens, rather than, just as an individual person. And I just really appreciate that. I think that really shaped kind of how I saw this commission coming onto it. So I really appreciate that. Vice Chair Hopekemp.
I'd like to thank my colleagues up here for their forbearance with my verbosity tonight. Thank you. Great job, Nicole. I think that the overall the comp plan update process is clipping right along. It seems like it's a lot, and it is a lot, but I think that we're keeping it at an effective pace. Thanks to you and to our consultant that are working on that. Commissioner Crawford, thank you very much, sir. I'll echo Commissioner Williams' sentiment. I wish that my time and yours had overlapped more. I still feel that I have more to learn from you, but I appreciate that you make your contributions with dignity, effectiveness, and brevity. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Crawford?
I have to admit that I'm a bit sad. And knowing this is my last meeting. I've really enjoyed working with all of the staff. I've enjoyed working with you folks and all those that came before you. Hopefully I've imparted some knowledge, but I have gained a lot of knowledge from all the people I've worked with. I think as a county resident and having lived in this county my entire life, that the county is in good hands with the staff that we have, and that the county is in good hands with the members of this planning commission. I feel very, very good about that. So go forth and do what you do best. And I would encourage you to listen as much as possible and keep a fresh, open mind and evaluate everything that is said and do what's best for the county.
And
Thank you very much. Okay, so I
I'm
think,
gonna take my name tag.
yes,
Yep.
you have to, yeah. All right. Any other comments before we adjourn?
We're just gonna snap one last photo while you're
Okay,
there.
okay, let's do that.
I guess I'm gonna take it.
One, two.
All right.
I did enjoy the staff recognizing my.
Yeah. All right, so at 8:55, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting.